I could rear something better. Just a sec.
I'm not video recording it. Come back.
I will not be ridiculing myself.
Comes back with a hat.
You can even come back naked. I mean, I'm not video recording it. It's just audio.
Could you please come back with bunny ears? That would be perfect.
I wouldn't video record it with the Witcher missing, you know? I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
No one can judge me now. You brought this upon yourselves.
Okay.
Now face the consequences.
So my name is SorrowChant, as you might know. And welcome to this one-shot. It's called The Price of Dreams. It's going to be an adventure of mystery, investigation, and bloodshed, hopefully. Who knows? And I would like you to briefly introduce yourselves and tell us who you are, who you're going to play. So let's start with the ladies. Oops.
I'm a literal bitch. Nothing to hear there. I'm the literal definition of a basic bitch. Anyway, my name is Amethyst. At least that's what people call me because I like purple. I rarely talk, but when I talk, I spit out facts. But I'm a pretty good liar, yeah, you know. If the party knows me well enough, you know, if we travel together, one should know that I'm a good liar, but I do not necessarily like to lie. After the Redanian mage hunting, you know, I lived a long life, and in the next 30 years or so, Radovid made our life an absolute hell, so I had to escape Redania. And now my only concern is to, you know, stay alive and enjoy any luxury I can get my hands on.
Pretty much like every mage I know.
Yeah, but you know, even though I am from Redania, I'm like, you know, if you're a Redanian, then you're a dog. You know, I'm this close from it. You know, if I didn't know people all too well, that exception exists, I would be like that. But I'm furious because my people got slaughtered. I saw a woman got burnt at the stake, like literally. That's the last straw. And like nobody stopped it. Nobody even cared. People were like cheering on the coronation, like burn the witch, die you whore. And I was like, okay, these people are impossible. I hope they all die and then go to hell. I'm just out of here. I'm just not. I'm not going to get myself burnt in a campfire.
I suppose that's pretty useful for your comrades to know.
There's a very important detail I left out. After one of my friends blackmailed me, that bastard, I had to go also.
So let's move to our friend from the south. Tell us who you are and what are you doing here in the north?
Is it me you're talking about? Hi, hello. Philippe de Coronata. Toussaint born, and you know me perhaps from my parents' estate, who makes a lot of very fine wine. You can imagine me as some kind of adventurer, a courtesan of fair ladies, if you will. I like to roam around, have adventures, share it with people in towns. I'm what you call a minstrel, but adventurer. I like shiny things, I like pleasures of life. And as soon as the Nilfgaardian invasion took over and the Toussaint regime started to accept the southern influence, I felt like the law was a bit too tough for my taste. So I decided to head north and blend in with the locals and also sharing an adventure or two. And I'm quite handy with a knife.
And last but not least, we've got the Witcher of the party. So, tell us about yourself.
All right, greetings everyone. First note, sorry about the camera, I cannot seem to find it. I did my best, but it's okay.
We won't be able to see your disfiguring scar.
Yeah, that's...
Your hideous scar.
Real shame.
I will hate you for eternity. I was like waiting all day to see a rather sexy Witcher and you disappoint me. You, my dear, You do not. You should not live. Your mere existence is scourge upon this world. I cannot stand it. I'm living. I cannot stand it. Come on.
It's for your own benefit, as the GM said. So my name is Gaul, Gaul, and I'm a pretty young Witcher. Just started the path about 3 decades ago. Haven't done much. Not on any big contracts. I'm just at the start of my career, if you want to say. Pretty quiet fellow. Rather not speak as much, but if someone or something gets on my nerve and ignites the very short fuse that I have, let's just say that maybe Geralt has 1 or 2 Butcher of Blaviken stories. I have too many to think about. And that's pretty much it. I can just say that as a warrior, again, maybe a Witcher, but an amateur Witcher. No shame about that. Everyone has to start somewhere. And excited to start my life with my path with my horse Ferrari Jr., if you will.
Nice. So, let me tell you how it all began. You people were looking for work. You found yourselves at the city of Blaviken, and you took a look at the notice board, like at the exact same time, and you saw the notice, the contract about the missing sheep herders. So here you are in the middle of the forest. You actually have been on the road for more than 3 hours. The sun is burning high in the sky, and by the time you reach the clearing, you feel annoyed by the alderman's words. I'm pretty sure that you won't have trouble finding out what happened to poor old Jesper. You seem experienced enough, and with all these bandits raiding our caravans, the guard captain doesn't care to spare any one of his men to go looking for some missing sheep herders. Well, truth be told, you shouldn't have any trouble. It seemed like a pretty straightforward contract. Easy money. 200 crowns to find out what happened to the missing livestock and its guide. And something extra if you manage to bring them home. Now, the trail you've been following ends in an opening in the valley that looks quite suitable for the animals to get their share of grass. So right now you're in the middle of the valley, and whatever tracks you've been following have brought you here. And you suppose that this is the place where whatever happened.
Missing sheep herders, eh? Not quite as heroic as I hoped, but that'll make do. I'm not about to refuse 200 crowns. So, you two folk, where do you think they could have went?
How many herders is this?
The alderman told you that Jesper is the 4th to go missing in almost 2 months now.
Fellas, if if it's 4 herders, I believe we could try and get some more money. I mean, 200 crowns divided by the 3 of us for 4 people. Find 4 people seems too little for myself.
Well, my dears, are we in any way in a position to refuse a job like this?
Not to refuse, but maybe negotiate some more money.
Well, that might work in our favor. I mean,
We could negotiate a bit more, but we must not be too greedy. In my line of work, you know when a good contract is won and one isn't. We're sent to look for sheep herders. We're not sent to look after war heroes or even a general or a famous lieutenant. No, we're looking for sheep herders. And maybe that alderman is already thinking about lessering our pay. You know what? I think we must do good on our part. And maybe Later, we'll see what can be done. But let's not just yet negotiate the terms of our contract. Just yet. Let's show a little talent before we can negotiate. See what they're up against.
Philippa, my friend, you convinced me. I'm with you.
I'm sorry. Didn't quite hear you. I'm playing with my lute.
You've been around some time to know that every time you go on for a tough task, you can ask for more, but this looks pretty much that. You just need to go on and find any tracks you can, perhaps find the animals, find them, the missing sheep herder, who might be just a fool messing around, has lost his way back home, and just bring him back for 200 crowns. It's quite decent, actually.
Have we heard the ages of the sheepherders that went missing? If they're young, then maybe they're just at the nearest brothel.
He's around his 30s, but it's, you're in the opening. Having a brothel in the countryside is not exactly... We're not into sound. We're not into sound, Felipe. We are in Blaviken. And although it's a country not affected by war, by the Nilfgaardian invasion so far, the economy isn't faring very well.
Have we heard any wolves or creatures around?
Roll me some awareness checks, please.
It's a 3 plus... that's a 14.
Okay.
That's
Oh, God.
obscene.
You might even be able to listen and spot on birds mating at that at that specific time. But apart from that, your senses and your eyes have not picked up any danger around. So nothing pretty mysterious.
No sound,
No sounds or sights of any danger.
no tracks as well.
You will have to roll me a wilderness check.
I will check for some tracks on the ground, see what we got. Maybe some men, maybe some beasts.
Great. You did great.
I'd want to look around some.
You find signs of battle. Animal tracks mixed up everywhere, as if the sheep were running away in every direction. So, on the ground, you see lots of sheep tracks in every possible direction. But there are also only 4 sets of boot prints that have a steady course. And you can make out the course these tracks marked away from the spot. You can see where they are headed. You are also able to find where these tracks are coming into the scene. And if you want to follow them, I can tell you where to go.
You guys want to backtrack or keep going forward?
Yes, let's go forward.
The tracks coming into the scene lead all the way in the backside of some tall bushes. So whoever it was, they were hiding there, jumped on Jesper, and moved out with him. Every one of you, when he rolls, he will have to think what he shares with the rest of you, okay? So whatever description I do is for the person that has rolled. That doesn't mean that the others know the same things, okay?
Okay.
Whatever you have found out go, you have to share with the others if you want to.
That's a 14 for me.
You can just see the signs of battle on the ground and the animal tracks. You can see them.
Oh my god, there has been quite a conflict here. So I'm just gonna inspect the area and get a deduction about what may have happened.
First roll an awareness check and then a deduction, and I'll tell you.
While they're doing that, I'm just playing my lute.
That's 18 awareness and 16 deduction.
Apparently, you're able to find out that the animals have scattered. The animals have fled the scene. Whoever did whatever they did wasn't exactly interested for the animals. Apart from that, you find no clues of whatever might have happened. So you deduce that whoever did it wasn't actually interested in the animals themselves, but for the guy, for Jesper. And since you haven't found anything of his, like clothes or even a personal item, they just carried him away.
In that sense, is there a sword or something lying around?
No, nothing.
Can I follow the tracks to the bushes that I found?
What you see behind the bushes is, first of all, you leave the scene and go all the way to the bushes, right?
Pretty far, is it?
Not that far, actually. So, Felipe and Minerva, you see the Witcher moving out of the scene a bit. He's actually crawling behind some bushes. And what you go see is that there are older trucks, boot trucks, the same boots, coming all the way from the other side. They have arrived there behind the bushes. They were waiting there. And then they jumped onto the unlucky guy. They struggled a bit and then took off with him. And you can clearly see the trucks that move away from the scene.
Oh, there, Witcher. What did you witness there? Is there any monster, a bear, a werewolf, a striga?
No beasts. No beasts. But there seemed to have been ambush, perhaps. Some sort of brawl. I do see the direction these footsteps are going pretty clearly. In my opinion, I should follow me.
Yeah, if you follow the Witcher, you see that the trucks actually leave the main roads and take you off-road. And these trucks go, they move through a rougher forestal terrain. So the flora is getting richer and heavier as you keep on going.
What I've seen in my travels is often when a young person goes missing, it's either because they're in debt, they owe something, and sometimes it's even worse. They're called to be soldiers. And as we're getting obviously into the deep forest, I don't think it's because we're looking for soldiers. Maybe we're gonna go face some bandits, or at least somebody who got personal interest in our shepherds. Or at least this one.
Why do you think people have an interest in shepherds? I mean, they're just innocent men.
Oh, I've heard a tale once or twice about somebody sleeping with someone else's daughter and getting in trouble for it. Something I heard. But revenge is always for everybody, whether you're a count, a prince, or a chimney sweep.
Tell you the truth. My opinion, I think you guys should follow me into the forest. Be very, very aware. Now, if we do hear anything that sounds like an enemy, we should roll back, go back maybe to Blaviken, and try to negotiate the price of the contract, since it is more dangerous.
Master Witcher, we can follow you, but
Yeah, we will be right on your back, dear.
All right, so I'll take out my steel sword out just in case, so I can be a little bit quicker on my feet.
I'll take out my loot. I'm ready.
To the forest we go.
Okay, so please roll me a wilderness survival check.
Is there any modifications because the terrain has changed?
Well, no.
19.
You move in a northeast direction. After a full hour of moving through the deep forest, you are clearly on the right track because your pretty experienced eyes have seen that these people are actually doing a pretty clever move. They go through paths that would keep most trackers off, but your senses are pretty keen to be fooled, so you have been following them correctly, and they are the same four pairs of boots. So nobody else came. They are still the same four people going through the forest with the poor guy actually on their shoulders. You can surmise that because the tracks are actually deeper than before. And since these tracks are fresher, you are able to move on the same steps and follow clearly. It's getting around 5 in the afternoon at the moment. You can see that the trucks move out of the huge plantation and approach a crossroads. So you need to move out of the forest.
So we've been walking for about an hour now.
You've been walking, yes, for an hour.
While we're walking, I just had something to ask the others, but I remember. While Goal is on the ground tracking for mud and stuff, I'm just fiddling with my loot and casually asking, what's our plan when we do find these sheep herders if he's been taken hostage by some no good doer? Should we murder them? Negotiate? Just take him away? What's our plan?
The bandits, you ask.
Yeah, if they're bandits. Who knows?
Are you much of a fighter, friend?
Yes. I could handle my own.
I believe you should feel safe to maybe fight alongside a sorceress. Pretty old sorceress with a lot of experience. A young witcher.
Well, that's just true. Now you're just breaking my feelings.
No, I am complimenting your experience in life. Way more experienced than I am.
Dear, whatever the reason, no, under no circumstances possible, a woman should be called old.
I said old, I said experienced. It's important.
I am willing to overlook this, just this once, dear.
Alright. I will watch my tongue next time.
You better will.
So, we murder them. I'll let you do it.
What is the time of day, by the way?
It's around 5 in the afternoon.
Sunset should be around soon. Maybe do you guys wanna wait and ambush? If we maybe hear, can we hear anything? Any people? Anything out of the ordinary?
You can always roll an awareness check and see for yourself.
And let me see, maybe I can pick up some sounds of men or a crackle of a fire, if you will. That'll be 23.
That's Witcher's awareness for you.
You spot nothing on the scene. Whatever happened, they didn't stop. Through the path you have been following, you don't find any leftovers. They didn't stop at all. No campfires, nothing. Also, it's pretty important to say that they did not alter their pace. They were steady.
So they're walking.
Yes, actually. Roll me deduction, if you please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you are on fire. So, yeah. Let's hope he keeps that way. So,
I'm feeling like the dumb one.
what you actually get from this is that they have done this before. They are very assured of themselves. So it's something very casual for them. Whoever they are and whatever they did, they have done it before.
All right, my friends, listen up. So, I will need your assistance to see what do we do next. So it seems these guys, they know what they're doing. They've been through this path before. They're not confused. They're not making any mistakes. They're walking peacefully. So it seems that they are very familiar with this path. Now, if we hurry up, we might be able to catch them, but I cannot deduct how far they are. It seems that they are very familiar with this place, as we are not.
Let me check on your wilderness survival. It was 19. Okay. So these tracks are not more than 2 days ago.
All right, 2 days ago. These tracks are not older than 2 days.
That checks. They wouldn't have posted a contract to find the sheep herder if he weren't missing for at least some time. No. I was thinking that we could catch up to him, but yeah, he's been missing for at least 2 days. No point running, I think.
Yeah, the situation is pretty clear. They've been here before. They've done that before. That's what the Witcher has deducted. And actually, you're standing in the edge of the forest before a crossroads. We might say that you feel a bit safer at the moment, now that the tracks are leading out of the forest again.
Are they leading right, left? Are they going straight?
So you will need to check it out. So whoever wants to find out will need to roll a wilderness survival check.
Wait, we said these tracks go out of the forest and onto a crossroad.
Correct.
With the crossroad.
Yes, but in order to find which road they took, you need another roll.
Is it cold, by the way?
No, it's not. it's springtime.
In that sense, can we wait for like 5 minutes?
We have to use the ladies' room.
Yeah, something like that. I'll just go behind the tree, get rid of my cold weather clothes, and then wear my fashionable clothes.
Alright, we won't look.
I do promise on my knight's heart. I won't.
Okay,
Aha.
I just go and throw away the cold weather clothing I got, and then wear my fashionable clothing. Okay, I'm 60 now.
Okay, but both of them were absolute gentlemen with you. Nobody peeped.
You know, I wouldn't have dressed up behind the tree if they weren't. Like, I'm not a slut.
While she's changing, I think I'll just give a quick look-see on the ground and see if I can manage to perceive which way the tracks are going.
Okay.
While playing the lute, but still fiddling with it.
Help the bard with deducing the
Wilderness, right?
wilderness survival.
That's a 14.
And mine is 21.
Yeah, you are a bit mixed up. You seem to be between the north and the eastern road of the crossroads, but then the Witcher comes confident enough, rushing into the crossroads and says, pats you in the back and says, "It's clear they're going north."
Yes, I noticed. That's what I was about to say. But I'll let you have all the merit this time.
Well, bard, to the north after you, if you will.
Sure.
Is our lady friend ready?
You watch as instead of waiting for you to change your clothes, the two gentlemen have found their way through the crossroads, and they are ready, waiting for you to head up north.
Oh, come on! Wait for me! I run with all my speed.
So it's another stroll through the countryside, and in about 30 or so minutes later, you can make out a village in the horizon. So perhaps you would like to roll an awareness check?
Yes, please. Ooh, boys, we're in. That's a 13.
Okay.
Yes, bard, what do you notice?
Anybody else might want to chip in?
Please.
Go, are you going for it?
Oh, sorry, yeah. I was just daydreaming there. Yeah. See, well, what do we see over here?
And Amethyst, if you'd like, roll me an awareness check, not a wilder survival check.
Awareness?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Awareness.
Yes, please.
That's 60.
See, I'm a bit tired there.
So both of you can see that there is smoke coming out of chimneys in the distance. And you even notice that there is a construction that resembles a fence, only much sparser than usual. You know, it's like with lots of pieces missing. Felipe, your eyes are playing tricks on you. Perhaps your companion's new outfit has bedazzled you, and you did not actually see the smoke out of the chimneys. You might have focused on her bosoms.
Well, thank you for noticing.
Not quite. I was just, I would say, worried about Roberta. You see, Roberta, my lute, has a bit of mud in there, and I think it might impair the sound. So let me just quickly wipe it clean.
This whole journey through the mud and the forest has not been gentle for your lute.
Ding, 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 ding. Just tuning it on a roll.
You've got perfect pitch. You can tune all by yourself. Okay, great. So, my friends, you are actually seeing these things in around 60 meters distance. It's around 200 feet, 60 meters.
Alright, guys, we got seems like a little. I don't want to know if it's a village, a settlement, or something ahead of us. It seems that it's alive. Some smoke, but it's not that far. What do you say?
I think
I would say go for it. You only live once.
civilization is the way to go, as I see it.
Adrenaline of the battle, if you will.
Seriously though, I don't see why we should not.
As we're getting closer to it, can I see? Can I see which size is it? If it's a two-building village, is it a small town? Can I see it from afar?
It's clearly a village, a small village actually. You can make out by the type of houses you see that it's actually a poor village. Nothing extraordinary. You have come half the distance at the moment, so please roll me another awareness check for a minor detail. It's your time to shine, Felipe.
It's never with awareness. That's a 15.
I'm just gonna go with what they have.
So what, you're not rolling?
No. My people are already doing this, so I trust them.
We'll roll.
Also, I do not want to take their spotlight, so...
What you see, I'm sorry, Felipe, but you don't see it.
Philip the Blind.
A young man leaning on the fence just beside the entrance to the village jumps down and starts running towards the village.
Can I see a weapon on him? Is he armed?
No, he's not armed. You can see that pretty clearly. You are 100 feet away from him. You're 30 meters away from him, so you're actually pretty sure that he's not armed.
I'm just gonna run after him. There should be a reason.
Run after him.
Yeah, I'm just gonna start a pursuit. So there should be a reason for him to run. Even though I do not know it.
Pardon my friend, she just bolted.
May I teach you something about diplomacy?
I'm just gonna run and go Usain Bolt on him.
I think the bard and I will stay back and observe this monstrosity going on here.
So the last thing you listen is the word diplomacy in the distance, because as I recall, you're pretty damn fast, right?
Yeah, in 7 speed.
Yeah, and while you're running, you're at 21 meters per 3 seconds of a round. So you just watch the sorceress running like hell after the guy.
By the way, I'm like, carrying 75 kilos on my back. Storming.
I'm just standing 100 feet away and face palming the sorceress.
I'm just leaning towards the goal and saying, are all sorceresses like that?
I do not know. I don't have the experience with sorceress as you would think witchers have.
She's grabbing her summer dress as she changed outfit. She's holding it all the way up, and she's running. And while she's running, you can see that her feet muscles are humongous. I mean, she's a beast. By the time you have started thinking about what to do, she's almost to the entrance of the village. It's a funny spectacle, to say the least, but she's actually able to carry all this weight while running. She can do it. She's been crossfitting. I don't know what she's doing. She's been doing, but yeah.
I do deadlift all the time.
Magic juice.
You juniors.
But as you enter the village, my dear Amethyst,
Yes.
it's easy to see that the people living here are simple folk. You come to a halt before the poor folks living here. Old ladies just sweep the ground in front of their homes and they stare at you, coming into their village like a hurricane, And you even see men in their 40s laboring with everyday chores that have stopped doing whatever they were doing to just take a look at you, coming all the way that fast, not breaking a sweat, and just standing in the village's entrance. So please tell me what you do. As your companions, I don't know. Do you close
What do you say,
close up on her?
or my friend?
I'll just. I think we must at first separate ourselves with her and make ourselves look good, if I say, when we enter the village. So maybe not right immediately after the cyclone that went through their village. Just 1 minute later. 1 minute. And while I enter the village, it'll be playing my instrument.
I'm behind you, Philip, with a blind.
If you don't mind, I'll be looking at the villagers too and like, oh, thank God there's a village. It has been so long. I'm just gonna straight up lie. It's been so long since I found a village. I was like smiling.
Roll me a deceit.
Deceit, yeah. If there's one thing I'm good for, oh, fumble. That's a 13.
Yes.
That's a 13, actually. Damn.
Yeah, even if I fumble, I'm a pretty good liar, I told you.
Believe it or not, she's got a 16 on deceit. So yeah,
Thank you.
you're actually at 12. So you fumbled and then you scored a 4. So you go from 16 to 12, right? Yeah, 12.
Well, that's still good.
Okay, yeah. So the old ladies are looking at you and says, "Oh, child, are you hungry? Perhaps you'd like some water? Is everything all right with you?"
I have been struggling for a long time with my companions, so I couldn't quite hold myself when I saw familiar faces. If you'd oblige, I'd like some water.
She brings her fingers around her eyes to check out on your companions, but doesn't seem to find anyone. And she says, "Okay, child, but perhaps you'd like to sit down a bit. You seem a little stressed, my young one. How would you like to sit here in the shade, and perhaps I'll bring you the water you asked for?"
Thank you, I think I will. And I sit.
So the old woman just enters her house, and she will be back shortly. The two of you, I guess you're closing in.
As we're closing in, I just turn to Gol and say, as I said, a good impression is key, paramount to entering a new town. So if you can, as best as you can, not appear like a witcher, so we don't get thrown out first. Nothing against you, good sir, but you know your reputation. So just if you have a hood or something to mask a bit your sword, appear just my bodyguard. You know what? Be my bodyguard.
Am I not liked in this part of the world?
Nothing against you. You're quite charming, honestly, but you know how townsfolk go. They're naysayers. They don't know better. They just think witches are eating worms and licking off mud from their boots. I know you're not like that, but please, we just appear as my bodyguard, as I'm kind of a big figure in art and literature, just passing through town and asking people for some little help. It's not deceit, it's just asking for a bit of help, and maybe we can have 1 or 2 information on what we're looking for.
Art, my friend, I will stay right behind you.
Perfect. Follow my lead.
You enter the village and you see Amethyst sitting on a wooden chair on a small house's balcony. She's just standing. After she after this burst of speed she gave out, she's just sitting there. And as you take a look at her and close the distance, an old lady comes from within the house, takes a good look at you, and as she's holding the glass and the bottle of water, she squints her eyes and goes like, "Are these your companions, child?"
Why, yes, they are. By the way, I take the bottle of water and God bless you. I'm just.
I go in front of the old lady and I kiss her hand and, Madame,
Oh my!
thank you for letting us stay in your humble village. You see, we were weary travelers coming from afar and just hoping to get just a drop of water so we can parch our lips.
Roll me a charisma check, please.
Yes, thank you.
Aren't you flamboyant?
That's
That's
a
what I am,
one.
that's what-
That's a one.
That's a
One
what?
a 1. 1 plus 4 plus 10, but it's a fumble, so that's a 15.
Okay.
Minus 5.
Okay, so the old lady looks at you and says, "Oh my, nobody ever has talked to me that way."
I've been asked to look for some shepherd's son, Jesper. Do you know him?
Oh my boy, our village doesn't have an inn or somewhere you could spend the night, but I'm pretty sure that someone could spare a bed or even a floor for you to sleep.
Quite generous.
I do have a tent if that would be trouble. Just some space would suffice.
You will have to ask Morgrid whether you can put your tent up in our village. Morgrid is our, should we say, mayor, and he can make up his mind what to do with the lot of you. But you seemed like good people.
Thank you. It is all how beautifully you look at us.
We're just simple folk passing through. We mean no harm. We just want to get to our destination and do a little good on our way. So, just taking in the sights.
I say, in fact, I am a healer, so for payback, for any chance of letting us stay this night, I could tend to your wounded, if you have any.
We don't have any because our village has its own healer. He tends to our wounds and he actually does a very good job with it. And you see, we are simple folk, and he has been of great service to our little village all these years. So thank you for your kind words and your offer. But I think that you should go to Morgrid and talk with him about the information you seek.
So we shall, my dear lady, so we shall. Friends, come with me. We shall see this Morgrid.
Why, of course, charming. And I follow.
Can I maybe try and take a look around and kind of sense this village?
Now that the whole Usain Bolt thing has has ended, people are getting back to what they were doing. So it's ordinary country life for them. You can see a man fixing a broken roof. Another one is applying varnish on his storehouse's wooden walls, and most of the men actually are carrying stuff from one point to the other. And now that this thing has the whole thing has settled down, no one seems to mind you passing through the village. And as you look around, my dear Gol, around the village you can see just small children and then people in their 20s and 40s. But nothing in between. Like, you don't see any teenagers around.
I love teenagers as much as the next person, but it seems peculiar to me.
I'm gonna whisper to the bard. Have you seen the man that ran away from us?
I haven't, but who cares? Might be a lookout, might be some. You saw it before me.
Was the guy running away a teenager?
No, he was a young man in his 30s.
That doesn't sound like young.
What do you mean?
Hmm.
Everybody's young compared to you.
What's your tongue there, GM?
You just didn't say that.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna pretend like I didn't hear it.
I didn't say that, but a little voice in your head did say that. As you walk towards this little village's center, from an open window you listen to a woman's voice calling out, "I've told you to bring me those herbs, you lazy dog! The babe's growing teeth and crying herself all day. My head's gonna blow. Go get them already!"
Wait, that baby sounds like sick, and my instincts tell me to go look at the situation before we go.
I'm gonna tap the bard on the back and tell him, I think you should go to this Mordor person. Maybe try to sniff some stuff around.
It's more greed.
I heard incorrectly. Mordor. All right.
More greed, yes. Just to be sure. Are you really, Amethyst, are you leaving the company to go tend to the child, to the baby? Or was that just a thought?
You know, I could use a freshly taken baby skull for my next ritual, but I will be unable to help myself for this time.
But what I think I'm gonna do is let the bard talk to Morgreed while I take a look around this village, away from Amethyst.
I was just kidding. When did I ever perform the acts that I stated I would?
I don't know. In your 250 years of living, you never know.
While we're walking through the village, can I, one, ask around for this mock grid, and two, get a bead on those people, see if they're worried, if they're just going through their labor, their sentiment towards us? Can I do a roll for those?
In order to roll for more greed, you should roll me a streetwise.
Fine by me. That's a 1. That's 2, 7, 9. That's 10 minus 1. That's 9. 9. I suck.
It's like pretty basic for all of them. It's like, what? You're looking for more good? He's that away. Just go and you'll see. You'll find him.
Thank you, good sir. And good day. This Nordling folk, quite hardy.
Roll me a human perception for the second.
Oh boy. That's a 10. That's a critical. So 10 plus 10 plus 6, 26.
These people do not mind, actually. You're just passing through the village, and nobody seems to have an ill intent on you. Nobody's actually paying attention to what you're doing at the moment. They were all struck down upon the hurricane Amethyst that came through the entrance, but that was it. Now they go on with their lives, and nobody seems hostile. They are pretty much indifferent towards you.
I was just trying to see as well with that roll if they were in some kind of time stress, if they were working fast, if they were or just having a plain regular day.
But okay, no, everybody's going on with their business pretty normally, pretty casually.
Okay.
But you notice that 2 or 3 of the older men older, as in their 40s, they glance at the Witcher warily. They understand what he is, and
Knew it.
they don't like it that much.
Knew it.
I'm gonna read their thoughts. Using telepathy.
Would like that.
I can do that. I can read their surface thoughts.
All right.
Won't magic just make you sparkle like a star in the middle of the village?
Obviously not. I can just Rajainor. Done.
You are well aware that you need to be 10 meters from whoever you want to read, and okay, just do it.
I do it. By the way, they cannot detect it. Only a Witcher's medallion will jing. And if they have magical training, they can, but they must beat my spellcasting roll. I just used spellcasting now.
Aside from a amethyst just staring at them like that.
So, let me see your roll.
That's a 20.
Oh, okay. There's no difference to that. And
Show me their thoughts.
Gold, you just you're from Kermoran. You have a wolf medallion on your neck, and it has started dancing around your neck. So you
Just
know
a little
that-
vibration. No, just a little vibration, not a literal dance, please.
Yeah. Okay, just a little vibration. Okay. So, what you read from these people, actually, Amethyst, is that, okay, what's this freak doing in our village? Why has he come? We don't have monsters here. What's he doing here? Does he know? Is he here about the curse? What's that?
Come here, guys. Guys, come here. Right there, my dear.
Before Amethyst has a chance to tell us what she's doing, there's nothing that I hate more than people looking at me ill-wise. So by nudging the bard away, I walk up to these. How many gentlemen are they?
3, actually. 3.
Oh no, what is he doing? No. I'm just like this. I'm just like in RP. No. Wait. I'm like.
I walk up to the 3 gentlemen. And I ask them, "You guys seen any shepherds around? Maybe seem lost, confused."
I put my hand on his shoulder and show 3 crowns between my fingers.
As he poses the question, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, that helps a bit, but 2 of them, actually, take a step back. One of them is raising his hands, like in a defensive stance, and says, "Get away from me, freak. Get away from me. I don't want to talk to you." But the third one, he picks up the coins, and he goes like, "There's no need to be like that. These people are different."
Gentlemen, no need to worry. What I want to know is just a few questions. Miss Amethyst,
Let me do the talking, please. Like I take one step forward, like this.
As you close the distance between you and your companions and these gentlemen, the pretty defensive guy goes like, "We know nothing about herders and stuff like that. You should go talk to Margaret. We know nothing about them."
Well, we have heard some rumors about a curse.
curse, you say?
Yes, curse. I will explain you later. I'll explain you later.
They just freeze when you say the word curse, and they open their eyes like that.
Apparently, some people have been talking about a curse. I do not know the specifics, but
The one that took the crowns steps up and says, "It's pretty dangerous to talk like that in the street in the middle of the day. Just go on. Just go on and talk with Morgrid. And if he tells you what he knows, don't meddle with us. Don't meddle with us. We don't want no trouble. No trouble at all."
just before we part, we'll leave you in peace, good man.
It's cool. You are in no trouble. We will go talk to them now. Please don't unnerve yourself. Okay? Let's go, guys.
One quick question, my friends, before we leave you. How's Morgreed? Is he a friendly fellow, or what's his deal?
Morgreed is taking care of us, and he's a just person, and he knows what's best for the village.
Since I have been actively continuing the spell, I can read his surface thoughts.
See how irritating and breaking these mages are. Yeah. but actually, he's believing what he's saying. He's actually pretty honest with what he's saying. Morgreed takes care of them, and he believes it strongly. He's taking some steps away from you, and as he places the crowns inside his pocket, he goes like, "You should be careful. Talk like that is not good. Talk to Morgreed, and perhaps you should talk to Maron too. Maron is our village's healer, and he knows stuff like that. You know, about curses and what to do with curses. He's a good old chap. A good old chap. Yeah.
Is he a, God forbid, wizard?
No, he's just a healer. He knows his way around, but he's just a healer.
Well,
You point us in the direction of Morgreed?
yeah, he pointed it.
By the way, I'm like,
Okay. No, he actually believes that yes, he's just a healer. That there is a itsy bitsy tiny thought in the corner of his mind. He's saying, yeah, he has performed some wonders from time to time, but he's no magician. I mean, we haven't seen him casting fire upon somebody, but he has pulled through some tough situations, and he has been God's gift for our village. When Gol asks about Morgreed, the third one points on your left side and says, "There he is coming right now."
let's go, guys. Come on.
Do you, Bard?
Yeah, Bart, come on.
Going.
It's your time to shine.
You actually meet this guy, this Morgreed fellow. He is a man in his late 40s, and with a stern but calm voice, he welcomes you. "Hello, travelers. My name is Morgreed, and I speak for everyone in the village. What brings you to Razikton?"
Before we answer that, I'm gonna do something maybe not very wise, but I'm gonna walk back to those three gentlemen. Walk up to the guy that took the three coins of my bard friend and intimidate him. Give it back to me. Not answer my question.
How to make friends in Redania?
The coins. Ugh.
Okay, that's a fumble. Just roll again.
Do I roll a 1d10?
Yes, you roll 1d10. You subtract 1.
It's a 10.
10.
I say in the deepest voice that I can, faking it completely.
Give him back his coins!
The coins. Now.
He gave it to me, and you cannot take it back. I answered his questions.
But did you answer mine?
You didn't give me the coins. He did.
That's why I'm a friendly one.
Well, that sounds logical in my book. I mean, he has a point.
He's actually standing his ground.
I'm gonna roll my hands into my right hand into a fist, and gonna try to intimidate him again and say, "You did not answer my question."
Roll once more. Now you will have to roll an intimidation roll again, since it's a critical. So 10 from the first roll, and then you've got 1, so it's 11 plus 10, 21.
Yes.
Indeed.
He raises his hands and goes, Well, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna hit me? Are you gonna hit me? I answered the questions. Why do you want the money back? It's not your money. Come on, take the damn coins. And he just throws the 3 crowns to the ground.
Go. Let's not look like savages, please. We already had this talk, like, way too much, please.
Sighing heavily, I kneel down to the ground, pick up the coins, walk up to the bard, and say, "Here it is, coin back."
Thanks. Wasn't expecting it, but money is money.
As you do that, the guy walks past around you and stands just behind Morgrid.
As he passes by, is he passing right by me?
He goes around you. Okay, what did you have in mind?
I wanted to slip back 5 crowns in his pocket, just to ease the pain a bit.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand.
Yes!
Give me a sleight of hand roll. It has to be pretty good.
I know. 18.
I will use awareness for that. I want to see it. I didn't see that.
No, you didn't see that.
You are skillful.
With a flash, you just put 5 crowns. Yeah, you got 5 crowns from your pouch, and you just threw the coins into his pocket, and nobody ever knew. He didn't notice, and nobody else did. So at the moment, he never knew how he came to possess 5 crowns.
Fine by me.
So Morgrid takes a look at you and inspects each one of you and says, "Is there anything I can help you with?"
Actually, my good sir, yes, we're looking for a...
May I speak?
Go ahead, fair lady.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, my dear bard. And I turn up to him and say, "We were actually here because we heard rumors of a curse. A wild, dangerous curse, but we do not know the specifics."
I would say that you will have to roll a persuasion check.
Can't I just roll the seat because I'm like straight up lying?
You're not, actually.
You just know something that you are not supposed to know. And he knows. So no, it's not a deceit, actually. Okay, are you trying to seduce him? Are you trying to use your looks on him?
Oh yeah, of course I am.
Then I will give you the seduction roll.
Great. 18 for me.
Okay, he's got a crit.
Oh.
And another 10.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's seen through my charms. He's seen through my seductive vices.
He's got 26 by rolling. It might be the second time my dice explodes, but it did wonderful shit here.
I'm like, are you damn asexual? I cannot accept that. You're human.
Did she just seduce him?
My dear, it's not your fault. Actually, his face expression changes, and you are entitled to a human perception roll after he speaks. He takes a deep breath and says,
Before he says anything, I'm reading his thoughts.
You can just read any people's thoughts for a period of time. Just not one target.
As long as I focus on the spell, yes.
there's a stamina cost. For as long as he wants, he spends 2 stamina in order to do it.
Pretty costly. As it's every 3 seconds, 2 stamina.
I fucking love the spell.
I forgot how to magic.
He says, "There's no curse going on here. Razikton is a pretty quiet place. We have no trouble, and we'd rather keep it that way, if you don't mind. So, if you are here about a curse, then, my good people, you're mistaken. Or you're simply lying to me."
Well, do I think like I'm lying? You seem like a good judge of character.
I pick up after Amethyst, and my good sir, we're not trying to deceive you or abuse of your friendship. We're just passing by and want to stop for the night if you allow us to plant a tent or if you have an inn or something like that, we can rest for the night. We just want to go on our road. We're looking for a sheep herder of the name of Jesper. Have you heard of him?
Nobody came to our village for a long time now.
Can I see if he's lying?
You can roll a human perception. You know he's lying.
I'm gonna telepathically say that to my bard.
That's an 18.
Well, actually, as he said that, he was quite firm about it. He gave no other impression. You believe him. I mean, he's believable.
I beforehand told that I was gonna say it to the bard though. So from my mind to yours, my dear.
I hear a woman's voice in my mind, and
Yeah, he is lying. He is. Wait, don't look around like a donkey. He is lying. I'm Amethyst. I did this hundreds of times. Don't look around like a donkey.
Looking Morgrid right in the eye.
Telepathy allows you to communicate telepathically with one subject for the duration of the spell. So at this time, you break connection to Morgrid.
Yes. I'm not reading his thoughts right now.
If you want to speak telepathically to Felipe, yeah, you break connection to him and you will have to roll once more.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm just gonna establish a different link. 24.
Felipe, roll me a courage check, please. Since a voice came out of nowhere in your mind.
But we are traveling for a long time. Wouldn't he know that I can do that?
We've been rolling for 3 hours, I think.
Yeah.
We just met in front of the notice board.
Yeah, actually, you met in Blaviken and you took the job.
Oh God, no! I see now.
Half a day ago.
What's your courage roll, my friend?
That's an 11. But I will use my humane perk to reroll once. Because I can reroll courage 3 times a day.
Is he rolling versus my spellcasting roll?
That's a 13!
Not versus, but
That's a 13.
That's something he does in order to not completely lose his shit, you know?
freak out that nothing just spoke to him.
Not to shriek like a woman.
You feel a twinkle in your mind. It's like, what the hell's going on? I mean, what in the name of Saint Lebioda's?
Since I didn't know about this, can I explain it to him, like, mentally? Since, I assumed he would know about this, and...
Since I put goal on hold, I want to know what he's about to, and then you will keep up. So, goal, you wanted to say?
Yes. One question, one action. Did my medallion just twinkle a little bit from this telepathy thing?
It was twinkling for the longest time.
Yeah, actually, it twinkled once when Morgrid started talking, and then it twinkled once more. So even though you didn't see anything, you felt it. Your medallion vibrated.
Okay. Already a little suspicious, but I'm gonna put my hand on the bard's shoulder, look at Morgrid straight in the eye, and ask him most polite way. We have been on the road for 3 hours now. Can we please speak somewhere in private, somewhere more peaceful?
He actually looks at you and he seems troubled. Your stare down gave him the chills. And he says, after a while, by all means, you can step inside my house. Come on over.
After you.
You can very easily understand that it wasn't easy for him to do it. He's walking in front of you. And as he does that, Amethyst, you can try to speak into Felipe's mind if you want to.
Now I'm just gonna establish my mental connection on him instead. Spellcasting.
Your medallion vibrates once again, Go.
All the time.
I love this.
You are walking just a few steps behind Morgrid, And once he reaches his house, he opens the door and steps aside, makes a gesture with his hand, and he bows down to show you that you can respectfully go inside.
I'm just gonna take a breath and.
Have you been telepathically linked with him all this time?
Yes.
Yeah, let me check your stat. Okay.
It was 41, but I took a breather, so I get my recovery stamina.
Yeah, you do, but before you do, you actually have given yourself to it. I mean, you feel a bit tired by that. So once you step inside, you have an urgent desire to sit down.
Is this desire unnatural?
No. Actually, you're tired. It's pretty natural. Once you step inside, it's the first time you see a teenage boy in the village, a 15-year-old boy sitting on the table having a snack.
I'm gonna turn to Morgan. Thank you for letting us in. Is this your son?
Yes. Let me introduce you, my one and precious Filior. He's my son. Filior, we've got visitors.
Filior.
The boy stands up and says, welcome, strangers. Can I get you anything?
Aw, what a handsome, cute youth you are. Thank you.
He is actually. He's pretty handsome.
You know, when I was your age, I was getting all sorts of mischief. I'm sure you know all stories from this village. You mind if we ask you one question with the agreement of your father? Maybe later?
He looks at his father, and you can see them communicating with the eyes, and his father nods. Amethyst is trying her seat again. So yeah, then he looks back. He looks back at you and says, "Okay, sir, but whatever you like. But can I get you anything? I have the feeling that you will drop unconscious only by using telepathy. Really."
That's what I thought, yes.
How far I am from Amethyst? Is she right next to me?
Yes.
Leaning on her staff. I can read your mind.
I'm just gonna lean over to Amethyst and whisper, "Are you using magic?"
Yeah, it's like her answer is like that South Park episode. Yeah, does the Pope molest innocent children and gets away with it?
Having a small grin, I said, "God," because my medallion was bothering me. But let me know next time.
Okay, so now you're actually sure that it wasn't something else. It was Amethyst all the time. And Amethyst, actually, you're getting some thoughts by Filior. He is a bit terrified by Felipe's question, and he's going like, "Oh my God! What are they going to ask of me? I'm not ready for this. And do I have to do that?" And then he looks over to his father. His father nods, and then he calms his mind, and he replied to Felipe. So his last question was, "But can I get you anything?"
No, thank you, but do you like music? I think I should lighten the mood. We're just strangers in your city, in your village. We could soothe your monetary lives and just. Do you like music?
He is one of a kind, my dear. If you die without hearing him, you will be sorry in the afterlife. I get you that. I give you that.
Once you say that, Filior actually takes a step back and says, "Why are you talking to me about the afterlife?"
I didn't mean to frighten you. His music is so good that no man should miss this.
deceit roll, please, since you haven't heard him playing music.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna cut right in.
That's a critical there.
Okay.
That's a 32 from me. I told you, I'm a pretty good liar.
It's crazy.
He looks over at his father. Morgrid speaks on his behalf, saying, Perhaps you could entertain the whole village, my dear man, as a payback, shall we say, for us letting you stay.
With pleasure, with pleasure. Music's and payment and nourishment of the soul.
Yes, and it will be something very different from what we usually do. Like the only music those children know and have heard are the birds singing and perhaps some, the old songs the old ladies sing with whatever competence they have,
I know that all too well. I'll help refreshen the mood, if you will.
Yes. How would you like a sip of vodka?
Now we're talking.
Oh, finally. I was about to cut in and say, Filier, a boy, I would love some ale.
My boy.
Nice, he critical. Okay, Philio takes a look at you. He's actually impressed by you, but he doesn't show any signs of fear. And once you talk to him, he comes closer. Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
Is he talking to the Witcher?
The Witcher talked to him, and he's talking back, showing no signs of fear at all. Just amazement of the creature standing in front of him.
Is he much shorter than me?
Let me check on you. Yeah, he's standing at chest height for you.
Okay. I'm gonna kneel down, put my hand on his shoulder, and say, I would love some ale, my boy.
We've got some strong ale, sir. I think you'll like it.
I'll take your strongest.
I'll bring you one. And how about you, my lady? What would you like?
Any wine will do, though I will trust your taste now, boy.
Oh, I'm afraid we don't have any wines, madam. We just have vodka, mead, and ale. We don't have an inn, so it's whatever my father has brought in.
That's cool. Anything will do.
Okay, some vodka then, perhaps.
Exactly as you say it.
Okay. He goes over to the kitchen bench and brings over the glasses and fills them up. He puts vodka in 2 glasses, and then he goes back and brings a glass of strong ale for the Witcher. And when he hands it over, he picks on his back and says, "Whoa, these are some huge swords you have, sir. Are they heavy?"
Do you want to try them?
I don't know if I can, sir, but... Father, what do you say? Morgrid takes a deep breath and says, "Witcher, I'd like to know that my son will not get hurt in any way."
Without saying anything, I'm gonna take my steel sword out. No, sorry, my silver sword out. It's a bit lighter. Gaze upon it in amazement and hand it to the boy with my 2 hands.
The boy loses it. Oh my fuck. Okay.
He fumbles and breaks it.
Okay, he got a fumble and 1, and then a 9. So once he places the sword on his open palms, he just loses it completely, and the sword falls on the ground. And the little boy is terrified, so he jumps back and says, "Oh no, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to do that. It just, is it broken? Have I done something wrong?" Of course, the sword is fine, but the boy isn't.
I'm gonna looking at the boy. Pick it up.
Here's the mind manipulation spell when I needed it most.
No, sir. You better put it back. I don't want to touch it again. I might break it.
All right. Kneeling down towards the sword, grabbing it, looking at the boy and saying, "This is the hilt. This is where you grab the sword," and handing him towards him for him to grab.
Okay. Why is it? Why is it that shiny?
It's a silver sword, a Witcher silver sword, very unique.
What is it for? Why is it silver?
Oh, well, they are very effective against monsters.
Oh, monsters, you say?
Yes, Witchers, we hunt monsters. Use our silver swords for most monsters to fight against.
They're heroes, you know. They keep folks safe. They, as I swish around my vodka, they keep folks safe. They save villages, cure illness, slay dragons.
Cure what?
Illness. His.
Oh, okay. I.
He also lift curses as I raise my head towards more his father.
The boy says, I have heard stories of witches slaughtering entire villages because they were drunk or because they demanded more money for whatever service they did. But I've never seen a witcher before, so I'll try not to be offensive against you, sir. And thank you for letting me see your sword. It's awesome. It really is.
If I could, I would let you keep it, but I need it.
While they're talking, I'm gonna address Mogrid and say, aren't you sharing a glass with us? After all, you're the master of the house.
I'd better not. I think I'll join drinking as you perform. That would be better for me.
Is he lying to me?
Roll a human perception and see for yourself.
Since I'm not reading his mind, I can't help you with that.
Haha.
At last! At last!
Human perception, that's 19.
Okay, he's not, actually. He just wants to keep it cool, you know? He's pretty honest.
I was wondering if he was just being polite and giving ale to his visitors, or genuinely trying to poison us.
Not everybody thinks alike. So you wanted to speak in private. What was it that you had on your minds?
Let me just utter a short prayer. And then drop my stamina by 2. You already know what I did.
You're using telepathy on him?
Yes.
Okay. So, what do you answer to his question?
I think that was Gold trying to speak to him.
My dear men, we came upon 3 of your villagers outside, and obviously they were a little taken back by a Witcher. No worries. But we did happen upon hearing them talk about a specific curse. Now, obviously they were too scared to share, but they said you might know something. Do you know something?
Perhaps it is a good time to send word to our healer. Let him join us. Philior, can you go bring Meron, please? Yes, Dad. I'm going right now. Philior moves out of the house and he actually, he goes hastily. So once the boy's away, Morgrid starts talking and says,
By the way, I'm just gonna observe him and then I'm just gonna roll my skill scheming. Since I have fighting magical training, I can use it without modifiers, so I have to roll versus his intelligence times 3. Okay, never mind. If he is of 4 or less intelligent, it won't work. Please go on, my good sir. I feel so bad.
there was a curse. Yes, but it's been some years now. You might have noticed that Filior is one of the few boys of his age in our village. Actually, there are just 4 now.
Why, yes, we did.
Just 4, you said.
Just 4 years. Filior is one of them. Some years ago, when Filior was 9 years old, boys his age started going down with the fever. And when I'm saying down, I mean all the way.
Are we talking about death here? You can be as clear as day. Crystal clear.
Yes, we are. We lost 5 boys in a matter of weeks.
How many boys?
5.
5 boys.
One after another, our boys were getting sick, terminally ill, and departed in gruesome pain. It was by that time that Meron came over to our village and proposed that we do something to stop this curse that was killing our children.
So what did you do?
Meron asked that every house should bring him the best of each household's animal. So everybody had to give Meron their top quality livestock. He found a way to save the rest of our boys. The 4 of them are alive thanks to Meron.
Do you know what he did with the livestock? Did he just eat it? Sacrifice it? Perform some kind of ritual?
Curses don't work like that, you know. There is no sacrifice that isn't related to a person that can break the curse.
What Meron told us is that he offered these animals to the gods to get rid of this curse, to release our village from this curse's grasp. And since he did it, we think that it was the right thing to do.
Of course, for that time, yes, but what I said still stands. If there is a curse, then the afflicted person must lose something that actually has sentimental value to them, like, God forbid, a lover, a relative, or something. In the vilest of curses, just a couple of livestock will not do it. Especially a curse that ends with death.
He turns his gaze at the Witcher and says, Master Witcher, what can you tell me about this? Pardon me for saying so, but I'd rather use a professional's opinion rather than some woman's gossip knowledge.
I am a professional, just not a witcher.
I thought that curses are Witcher work.
No, not all of them. If you saw people cursed, you learn quickly.
Excuse me, are you not an artist accompanying your minstrel friend,
No,
my dear lady? No?
no, I am a fighter. I show him my sword like, sheep.
So you're a mercenary,
Not quite.
you're a woman at arms.
I was actually a healer, like a curse breaker. Then I realized that I have to defend myself, so here I am. I do not identify myself as anything.
I am very sorry to have thought otherwise, but either way, Master Witcher, what can you tell me?
Can I use monster lore maybe to think of this curse?
No, it's mage domain. No, he can't. It's not monster lore.
Mm-hmm.
It's not related to monsters in any way. If it is the curse by a monster or relates to a monster, yes, he can. For example, the Wendigo curse, he can know it. Or, for example, a vampire's bite, an impending vampire transformation, he would know that. But if there is a curse going on, no, he can't.
Probably more Witcher training.
That's what I was going for. You can roll a Witcher training.
Yeah, that's what that's what I meant, because I can roll Witcher training instead of monster.
Yes.
23.
23.
I know all of it.
You're actually quite puzzled by what he has told so far, because you haven't heard of such a thing. An offering to the gods in order to stop a curse. You know that usually a curse is cast upon someone or many people. It involves hatred, it involves heavy sentimental power, and it cannot be stopped or lifted by just an offering. But what troubles you more is that since the offering has been done, the curse stopped, at least for a while. Either he's not telling the whole truth, or something else is at work here.
Or he doesn't know it.
Walking up to the chair, raising it, flipping it around, putting it down and sitting on it. Look at the man. I tell him, to be honest with you, I am quite puzzled. Curses usually happen either cast upon a man or many, as you say, happen from some sort of maybe actions, feelings, very strong actions, mostly sentimental, from what I know. What bothers me the most about your so-called curse is that once you did an offering, it stops. Now, usually these kind of curses don't stop or get solved by just an offering. So either, my man, take a sip of my ale, or lying to me, or there is something much deeper at work here.
Yeah. I'll just roll an awareness check for that. No, not awareness. Education, sorry. So just add 3 to it. 21. The story I will refer requires an education check of 16. The origin of this curse is not even guaranteed to be a person. I heard of a bow which a doctor has used to cure the plague with. With cure, I mean kill them. Well, the souls, the angry souls, then envelop themselves in the bow, if you will, cursing the bow. And then the doctor got insane and then shot himself in the head. So it may be because of someone who suffered a horrible fate, as a monster, as something. Any sentimental thing will do. It just so happens that it is directed specifically at your teenagers.
They were not teenagers at the time. They were just 9-year-olds. And I will not tolerate anyone coming into my house calling me a liar.
I am not calling you a liar. I'm offering you methodical knowledge.
Not you, but your Witcher friend did. He said that I am lying to him.
Well, are you?
He implied that I am lying to him.
No, but you may not grasp the whole truth, is what he's saying, because, he studied his whole life breaking curses and whatnot, so... And I told you the same thing. The curses are actually quite hard to break, especially mass-scale death curses.
He stands up and says, and then, how do you explain that Meron did it? He saved our children.
May I have a question as an outsider here? And I know nothing of curses, magic, and whatsoever, but I heard of hatred. If I understand right, if you get cursed, it's because you have made an enemy. So, have you?
Someone who hates children.
Yes. Did you sleep with somebody's wife? Did you burn a witch? Did you... I don't know. Make yourself an enemy of some sort.
Now you are calling me a cheater too? After calling me a liar, now you're calling me a cheater?
No. Absolutely not. I'm just asking if somebody felt flayed or felt abused by somebody's behavior in your village.
You're making this worse.
More good, my guy. Let me simplify this.
Please do.
You asked for our professional help, have you not?
Actually, I haven't. You barged into our village and you dug onto our secrets, or should we say internal knowledge, common secrets and stuff. And now you're calling me names and you're saying that I perhaps have done something wrong or that I have wronged a person?
Maybe to protect yourself, to protect your family. Maybe you don't know it, but this person felt...
Excuse him, his personal skills are bad, as we call it. Let me rephrase that. You maybe had a misunderstanding with someone. Like, we are not calling you a cruel person who makes enemies, but for example, some person who is resentful, even that will do. Like a misunderstanding, anything that you wouldn't do. The person feeling it triggers the curse, not what actually happened. This isn't karma.
Then I can assure you that, and he's hitting his fist on the table. As far as I know, I have no enemies, and I haven't misjudged or wronged anyone.
Human perception check.
I'm reading his mind, by the way.
I would prefer if you have told me beforehand, but okay, do it.
Can I ask something before they do it?
No, I was actually I actually had a mental established with him for the longest time. So
No. It doesn't work like that, because if you did establish a link, you should be on your knees right now. You should be like unconscious. So it doesn't work like that.
Wait. I have plenty of stamina left. I'm not unconscious until I reach 0. I have 50. So
So 13 for human perception.
13. Okay, Goal, what did you want to do before the roll?
I wanted to ask him a question.
Okay, let me hear the question.
Sir, we're not saying you might have done something bad, but has anyone in the village done something bad? You know of.
Now you're telepathically linked with him, okay?
yes.
And you, my good friend Felipe, you believe that he is telling the truth. To answer the Witcher's question, I cannot possibly know if someone has made an enemy, but this village is quite peaceful, and until this curse broke out, we were just living our lives, waiting to peacefully die in our beds. Nobody ever did anything wrong in this village, I would like to say, as far as I know, once again.
Then tell me, what were the symptoms of this curse? Like, they died, but how did they die?
Fever, he said.
Yes, fever.
Fever.
They were burning with fever.
Just fever? Like any not physical symptoms, like pustules, purple skin, red skin. I'm just gonna roll a magical training for this.
Maybe it's best to wait for the healer to come.
Do you disconnect from him?
No,
No.
I'm spending 1 more stamina to maintain it.
That's a lot of stamina.
You know that he isn't hiding anything. He really says whatever he knows to you. You know it. Felipe, you feel that he isn't lying. Goal, you don't know. But you know that he isn't hiding any other thoughts at the moment. But you are starting to really wear down. You really feel it in your body. I mean, now it has become physical for you.
Well, I have plenty of stamina though. I may be a little tired, but I have like a 33 stamina out of 50.
That's 1 stamina per 3 seconds of spell time.
He's a monster, actually. Yes, he's got 50 hit points and 50 stamina, but you don't know that. What I'm trying to tell you is that you are feeling it. You know, it's wearing you down. He turns his head and says, "Perhaps it's best if you talk to Miron once he comes over,
Agreed.
because I know nothing more."
Okay, that's 1 less stamina for me. So I'm just gonna go for magical training to recall if I have encountered any of those curses.
As for the symptoms that you asked him, he started telling you that it was pretty horrible. They were actually burning with fever, and before they left this world, their bodies have started growing red. Like when you have an allergy shock, when you have rashes, it was like that before they died. That's what he says.
Let me just check my knowledge.
Okay, roll it, please.
That's 19 from me.
I think we should wait for a healer.
Did I succeed?
What you do know is that This might be an alternative form of some other curse known to you. But if it is, it's quite unique. It's something that it hasn't been recorded before. As such, you are not able to make out the details of how it might have happened, or whether what Miron did was actually useful and correct. Because as far as you know, this one is a new one.
I want to speak to this Miram person, healer.
As everybody dives into their thoughts, the door opens. The boy Philior comes in, just a step behind him, a man that looks a bit older than Morgrid, with a bushy beard and long hair and pretty poor-looking clothes.
I drop my stamina to 30.
He comes in, salutes you all. He's got a staff.
Does his staff have a gem like mine?
No gems. It's just an ordinary walking staff. He bids your welcome. Says, I understand you have called for me. I am Meron, the village's, shall we say, healer. To whom am I speaking to?
People call me Amethyst. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Philippe de Coronata, bard and artist, at your service.
Gaul, Witcher.
He takes a good look at all of you and says, nice to meet you all. What is the reason Philior brought me here?
A curse has brought our attention, which you apparently solved.
That is correct. I did, but it's been a long time now.
Have you come across any sheep herders recently?
Sheep herders, you say?
Yes.
No, none that I am aware of, my child.
Why do I have the feeling that everybody's lying to me? Everybody.
Because apparently everybody is.
Of course, you're free to roll about it.
Please explode, please. That's an 18, still 18.
He is lying to you.
So the doctor is lying to us.
But only I know that. I know things, and I drink.
I know I was reading his mind, so I can just perfect thoughts.
You can read his thoughts.
So, Felipe, you know he's lying about the sheep herder, and so do you, Amethyst. You read the thought, oh, how do they know about it? I'll try to stay calm and say that I don't know anything, and perhaps my composure will get me through.
So you haven't seen any herders? Might be middle-aged to old men around these area. Might be from Blaviken, perhaps.
My good man, our village does not communicate with others. Nobody ever comes here. You might have noticed that the village stands away from Blaviken and that a big forest separates us. So nobody ever comes to Razikton, and we rarely leave Razikton. We don't actually travel much. At least that's what I know is going on since the day I arrived at the village almost 6 years ago. Amethyst, he's trying really hard to not show that he actually knows about the sheep herders.
So I'm gonna turn to Morgan and ask him, remind me again, when did this curse start? How long ago?
That's another stamina from me.
No.
Gromace is like, I hate you.
You maintain the link to Meron, right?
Yeah, the healer.
Yeah. So Morgrid goes, it was going on for a week or two before Meron arrived at our village about 6 years ago. So we lost our children in a couple of weeks.
Tomorim. And how did you come upon this town exactly 6 years ago? Exactly a week before the curse happened upon this village?
Are you implying anything, Master Witcher? Because I believe the villagers here know that I mean them well, and I have offered a lot to Razikton. Are you insinuating anything?
Well, the children maybe just sick. Maybe they just drank from the same poison fountain. Maybe they just had something bad to eat. They went exploring into the woods and got sick. Couldn't that be just as simple as that? Why does it always have to be magic?
Poison fountain?
I don't know. People get sick.
Amethyst, are you still with him?
Yes.
So now his thinking is, okay, that's my way out of this. He turns to Morgrid and says,
Oh no, you're not getting out.
you are telling me that out loud?
Yes.
He's thinking that. He turns to Morgrid. He says, my dear Morgrid, I have taken offense by these people and I will take my leave. As he says that, Amethyst said, oh no, you're not.
Do you have a cemetery?
Yes, we do.
Good, I say, and then I take a few steps back too. And where is that?
Up the hill. Just outside the village.
Thank you, I say, and then, come on guys, we have a trip.
Thank you for the vodka. Thank you for your hospitality, and don't bother with these strange people. They're just trying to do their jobs. I'm not trying to be offensive or anything, but trying to survive. And I take my leave.
Morgrid is actually astonished by the dialogue that took place. So he takes a good look at all four of you, and then he glances at Philior. He then checks back at the three of you and says, I have to tell you, pretty honestly, that if the village knows that you are not in good terms with Meron, then perhaps you won't be welcome here anymore. Because the village loves this healer. He has saved our children. You must believe me.
I do believe you. I do believe he saved you all.
I turn to him and, yes, that is true. But every light casts a shadow. He is hiding things from you. You do have no reason to believe me, but keep in mind, just in case. I say. And then get to the door.
He turns to Meron, and the healer just stands up, now showing his posture. He's not that weak as he initially showed, and moving his hands quite erroneously, he says, are you going to take these people's words over mine? Are you going to trust them more than you trust me? Is this how you repaid my service to the village? By listening to these people, to these strangers, accusing me?
If I may, without any sort of aggression or animosity towards you or your village or your actions, my two companions are just asking out of curiosity. We just bid to look for a sheep herder. You said you've not seen him. Just allow us to look for him, and we'll be on our merry way. We don't want any trouble.
That is not for me to say. Morgrid, this is your place. You run this village. You know what to do best. But know that if you take these people's thoughts into heart, then I will take my things and leave this village, this traitorous village. This is how you repay me.
I cannot listen to this, I say, and I open the door.
Okay, so Amethyst opens the door and walks out.
Come on, guys. We are heading to pray.
Philip's kind of staying at the door, looking at Amethyst going away and thinking to himself, and heads out.
I'm gonna follow the bard, saluting Morgrid and following the bard out.
So you step outside, and once you do, you notice that there is a crowd outside the house. People have come all around Morgrid's house, and it's like, it's like in every village. They are just plain curious. They listen to you, to some of the shouting. They wanted to take a closer look to the mutant. They also wanted to know what goes on in there. And so once you step outside the house, you find yourselves surrounded by the people.
I think that's my cue. I step in front of our group and address the crowd. My good folk, it's been discussed with your town's leader, Morgrid. Tonight, you will revel and partake in the most interesting art of all, music. Tonight, you will dance, you will sing, and we will enjoy life. What do you say, good folk?
You listen to the people reacting very warmly about your announcement, and they cheer, and you see some people hugging each other and go like, okay, we're gonna have a feast. Yes, music, it's been so long, and oh yeah.
Philippe! I'm like this part of it.
The bard is useful.
I'm rallied. He spoke good. He appealed to my tastes, I know.
There are also some of the other guys, the younger of the older, that go on like, okay, we're gonna have a feast. Lock the old ladies in their houses and let's get to it. I would like all of you to make an awareness roll, please.
Awareness.
That is a 19 from me.
20 for me.
23 for me.
As you take a good look at the crowd outside Morgrid's house, there is one particular guy standing out who is actually cold as stone, doesn't react to anything you say, and looks like a foreigner. Roll me an education roll, all of you, if you please, since all of you took notice of him.
21 for me.
16 as well.
16 for me.
He is from the Skellige Islands. He is well built. He's got red hair and beard,
Sexy.
blue eyes, and he stands out like a fly in a glass of milk.
Take me, I'm yours.
Sounds like Hjalmar.
Every Skellige is Hjalmar. Everyone.
Like I said, take me, I'm yours. I have the utmost desire to be his bitch.
All of a sudden, he turns into a bear and slaughters everybody and stuff like that. You take a good look at him. You understand that he stands out, and as the rest of the villagers are happy with what you said, Philippe, he just walks away. He's totally indifferent to what you said, just moves out.
That guy seems to have a bad case with the grumps.
I might, while diverting the crowd with my music, right now starting as they're preparing the feast, I'm just gonna whisper into Gold's ears and say, maybe follow him discreetly. This guy looks like he's not from around here, and maybe has a story to tell.
Let me just give me a second then. And then regenerate my focus and stamina again. Like I spent 6 seconds on it to maximize my stamina.
Listening to Felipe whispering in my ear, gonna give him the bro handshake and start discreetly following this gentleman.
I follow the Witcher, by the way. Turn to Felipe, who sings, and pat his back, and you got this, boy. Pat a little slap to the ass. Got this, boy. Like, okay, I'm like, I just roll with it. Rock them. I say, and I follow.
Gold, just go for a stealth check, please.
To help him and to also make noise in my direction, I might start playing the lute. So if I can make a performance check.
That'll be 18.
And that's a 3. Like a literal 3. Awesome. Look, if I am supposed to be this flashy, there is no way I can hide this beauty. Like, not ever.
Let's hear how Felipe performs.
That's... Ooh, my. That's 22.
I'll give you a +1 to make it 23 from the butt slap.
That's a buff, yes.
Yeah, it's a buff, definitely, coming out from such a gorgeous lady. So you actually amaze the crowds. You take your lute out, you start playing, and everybody is
Entranced.
in awe of your masterful strumming of the chords and your wonderful voice, which gives an opportunity for Goal to move out of the crowd quite silently, without anybody noticing, not even the Skelliger. Amethyst,
Yes?
what are you going to do? Are you staying with Felipe?
Witcher can take care of himself. Yeah, I'm staying with Felipe.
This is actually the first time you listen to Felipe perform, and he's pretty damn good. He's pretty good.
Fuck, I did not give us such a catch.
At the moment, he is getting a much higher appreciation by you. So, go. You follow the Skelliger, who walks up to his house. Once he stands in front of his door, he turns all the way around and looks at you. He just pauses for a moment. He seemed a bit disturbed by you following him. So he goes like, "What do you want?"
Is it night?
It's late in the evening. We could say that it's around 1900 hours.
Right. I answer to the gentleman, just taking an evening stroll.
Do you take me for a fool?
Oh, sir. Just for the night.
Come on, spit it out.
All right. I'll play your game. Who are you?
The name's Halef. What's it to you?
Just darn curious.
Well, do you know what curiosity did to the cat?
Please tell me.
You don't want to know. Even though the cat has 7 lives. So, what's your story?
Funny man. I'm just a witcher around here on a contract. Led me to this town. Nothing big, nothing serious. How about you? From around here?
Do I look like I'm from around here? Do you take me for a fool?
Just being polite, sir.
Okay. You know the answer to your question. I'm a Skelliger. I'm a Skelliger, all right? And I'm just trying to make my living away from the islands.
You're from the islands.
Yes, of course.
What's that?
I'm from Ard Skellige.
Art Skellige. What brought you all the way to here?
Well, if you don't want to hang around in Ard Skellige, fucking goats, stealing women, if you want to do something different, then you gotta leave. You know? Jump ship and just get the hell out of there. And never go back. Never, ever go back.
I'll ask you a question if you don't mind.
You already did. Thrice.
When did you arrive to this town? How long ago?
It's been like 10 years now.
Have you noticed anything weird around this town lately?
Go ply yourself. I'm not gonna tell you anything.
All right.
I'll just give you a hint. Because I really hate these people. I really hate them because they are too full for their own good. You know what? That's why I left my own village. Because people were keeping secrets from each other and they never ever did anything right. Do you know what's worse? What's even fucking worse?
Please tell me.
It affected the children. The plowing children. What kind of a man harms children?
But sir, you see, I'm here to help the children. If you would benefit me, help me, try to understand what's going on here.
Are you now? Are you here to help?
Yes, sir, I am here to help the children.
Then if you want to help, you need to speak to Failure. If you try to speak to Failure and make him tell you all he knows, which I don't, I just know that he's mixed up in something. If you make him talk, then you will know too, and perhaps you'll help the children.
Nodding slowly, I walk up to the gentleman, put my hand out in a shake matter, and wait for him to shake it.
What are you, some kind of pushy? Give me your hand. Come here. And he hugs you,
Ah,
I love him already.
which is kind of awkward for you because you're not used to reactions like that. You're just standing there, not knowing how to respond. But he has a firm grasp.
He's a hugger. All right.
When he releases his hands, he talks back to you and says, "Do you know what?
what?
If you could take the children away from this darn place, perhaps that's the best thing you could do. Because it's not that just Failure. Yeah, there are 3 more. Take them away and leave. That's the best thing you can do to help them."
Right. I look at the man, tell him, have a good night now. Around.
Whatever you do not mention that I tell you so. Because these stupid folk are gonna grab their forks and come after me.
Looking at him with a grin saying, I already forgot your name. Turn around and walk my way to Morgrid's house to try and find Filian.
You listen to Halef's door closing shut, and you return to Morgrid's house where Felipe is putting on a show.
I'm dancing.
And yes, I was about to say that you even watch Amethyst dancing, doing this seductive belly dance, you know?
War dance.
I'm like, I just put my staff and dancing like swirling it. Come on, get your asses off. We're here for fun. Like,
I would gather that this is actually a performance of a kind, so roll it.
It is.
okay, yes, of course. That's a 12 from me.
You're not the best dancer of the continent. You might not even be the best dancer of this kingdom, but
Sorry for not being the best. I was too busy rotting my elbows to learn magic.
you have made 1 or 2 fans of your dancing, you know, just boys for you at their 30s.
That counts. Okay, that fits.
They haven't seen a woman dancing, period. So now they see a stunning woman dancing.
Once in a lifetime.
Yeah. So we're talking good at the moment.
Well, we are here for a lasting impression.
How are you going to handle this, my Witcher friend?
Can I take a look at the crowd and see if I see Filier anywhere? With an awareness?
You will do that with a penalty of 3 at your awareness check. And I would say that the penalty is not only due to the crowd itself, but also to the awkward feeling you are getting among them. You are, let's say, out of your ordinary waters, you know?
Yes. 15.
You're not able to see him. You're not able to see whether he is or whether he's not, but I am going to give you a deduction roll.
Okay. With the same penalty?
No penalty at this deduction roll.
Come on, cat eyes.
It'll be 14.
You have seen how protective Morgrid is with his son. You have already seen it, so it's quite possible that he isn't outside at the moment.
I will try to sneak around Morgrid's house and try to find a window to maybe take a peek inside.
Nice. So you will have to
Stealth?
roll a stealth, yes. Do a stealth check. And once you get, if you get, behind the house, you'll roll me an awareness check.
Alright, stealth is 23.
So what you do is you take a good look at the crowd. You just pass all around them. You do not annoy yourself with cutting through them. You take the longer route around, and without anybody noticing you, you are at the moment standing on the backside of Morgrid's house, where there is a window. It's pretty dirty, so roll me an awareness check with a penalty of 1.
It'll be 18.
You take a look inside, and what you see is Morgrid and Philior talking. And they are sitting on the table and they are talking. By the looks of it, they are having an ordinary chat. It's not something pretty animated.
As I'm performing, the whole time I'm keeping an eye on the crowd. If there's any comings or goings outside of the main crowd, if there's somebody coming in the village, as I can see on the periphery, I just want to keep an eye on it, if I can. Just not especially pay attention, but just once or twice every minute.
Roll me an awareness check, and I will give you the details.
That's 13. 17.
As you take glances here and there, you do not notice anyone coming in or out the village, but you do take a good look of 2 boys Philior's age, who are dancing next to each other and clapping hands and stuff like that. Silly village folk actions, you know.
Oh, I love a gay couple.
They are not gay, they are just teenagers, and they are happy with the music.
Is this canon? Like, is this a reliable source from the DM, or it's just a speculation? I need to have concrete facts about this. My soul depends on it.
You can still cast telepathy on every villager, just to check.
It wasn't your awareness roll, so you are not entitled to this knowledge.
Well, I can assume my head canon.
They are not they're teenagers, but they are not mischievous or anything. They're not on the sides doing their own thing. They're enjoying the music.
They are teenagers imitating children moves. It's like, yeah, they are simple folks. Let's get back to Gol, who is on the backside of the house. What are you planning on doing, my friend?
I am gonna try and find amethyst out of this crowd. I think it's gonna be easy, and ask her to try and either create some sort of distraction that will lure Morgrid outside.
If we say that you approach the house on the left side and stepped on the back, now are you going the opposite way on the right side of the house in order to get in front?
I'm gonna go the way I came from.
Okay, so you're turning back, which means that you will find yourself, once you step in the front part of the house. You will be the closest to your companions, but people are going to be between you and them.
Right. Just have to push them away, push apart a little bit.
No, first you will roll another stealth.
Okay.
Please fumble, please fumble.
That'll be a 20. Today, GM.
It would be a good plot device for Mogrid and Filior to listen to you.
Fred, no, Gromace is the charmer, I am the deceiver, and the Witcher is the, he's dressed to kill.
Are you sure?
You have stepped around the way you came, and now you're at the same line with your friends, with your companions, to say. There are 3 or 4 people standing between you and the dancing beauty. You will need to pass through them. Assassin's Creed, like pushing gently.
Yes. We'll push.
Can I roll for seduction? After all, I'm dancing this whole time. I want to see how many people are attracted.
Let me remind you that the +2 on your seduction, due to the makeup kit.
Oh no, it's count. But I am human, so against humans I have 1 additional seduction, so it's 18 for me.
You should know that makeup kits and stuff like that, they need to be declared. So like it's like a process. You say,
Oh, I didn't know that.
no, I'm just saying in order to get acquainted with the mechanics. So you just say at some point of the day, I'm just putting up my makeup kit, I'm making myself ready and stuff like that.
Oh, I did. At the beginning of the game, when I was changing clothes, I said,
Okay.
You think so little of me. What kind of girl would leave without makeup?
Quite a few, you'd be surprised.
Let's get back on track. So 3 people are actually staring at you. Their eyes are popping out. They are literally staring at you. So, Goal, tell me.
You described it perfectly. I'm gonna use the Assassin's Creed gentle push to get my way between them.
I would like an athletics roll for that. Okay, just roll it once more, please.
1 second. Another 10.
Okay, one more.
A 9.
So it's 10, 10, 9, and 12.
41.
41. So you move like a shadow. You are in complete unison to their movements, and you're just standing in front of Amethyst like as if you appeared out of thin air. You see her dancing, and as she does, she takes good looks at the three guys staring at her, and now you are standing next to her.
So I kind of grab Amethyst to, focus up and whisper in her ear.
Oh yes. I thought you'd never ask.
I need you to distract Morgrid as quickly as possible.
So you want to cause some mischief around? That would require his attention?
Anything that will get him out of his house.
Well, I think, go for a chain of events. Just provide me cover as I cast it. I say, and then I hide behind him. I'm gonna use telekinesis and then pull out one of the skirts of the older woman. Then it should start a fight. It will eventually be a matter of utmost importance, which requires the healer's assistance.
For skirt.
No. Think of it like you just get the pants off and then BAM! In the crowd. No one knows who did it. And then they will start attacking each other like the angry mob they are. By the way, for telekinesis, I can lift 30 encumbrance, like 30 kilos.
Yeah, it's 5 encumbrance per 1 point of spell casting. But you have to move your hands and stuff.
No, it's telekinesis, I can do it with my mind.
For spellcasting, you have to say a few words and also move your hands.
Oh yeah, as I was behind him, like behind the Witcher, I say, yaş yapıp kendimi. I then completed the spellcasting and I started dancing again, like.
Okay, so while you're using your dance moves in order to pull out the trick, and what you do is you lift the oldest woman's.
But oldest, but in the middle, like not sticking out, like everyone when everyone was enveloping, like there's a crowd. I target the one in the middle.
What happens is that her clothes are coming out.
I immediately stop dancing and you did this. Yep, I do, but I don't specifically target someone else. Did he do this? I say, did he do this? Oh my god!
Either way, she's wearing a full body robe. You leave her completely naked, and what happens is people start laughing at her, and it goes without saying that they have fun because they feel that she was so excited as to do that. It's the first time they've seen that kind of sparkle out of her, and as it appears that she removes her clothing and everybody's looking at her, and she just drops down on the ground because she's so embarrassed with what happened, so she just passes out. And the cheerful voices turn to screams of anxiety, and people are banging at the at Mordred's door for him to come out. So actually, Philippe, your first show in the village ends up in a ruckus. You it's like you didn't mean it, but it happened. You went out with a bang.
I'm just trying to think what I could do to sleep out, but that could be a good distraction because there's a commotion right now, and I could stop playing and disappear. Stealth.
That's what you believe that you would want to do? Move out without being noticed?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, then do it. Go for a stealth and apply a bonus of 3 because of the event.
Stealth.
Your dice plus 17.
19.
It was a 2. Damn. But you move out of the way without anybody noticing.
Okay, so
Now I'm alone.
Now you are alone, actually, and you see the old lady unconscious on the ground.
Completely naked.
I'm sorry.
old lazy slayer.
Playing a woman and hearing Lady Slayer, I may have actually slayed her. Whatever self-esteem she got, I may have actually slayed her. Oh god.
Perhaps it's time you use your famous healing abilities.
What can I heal her self-esteem?
Appear to be as a healer, at least. Make a good image.
Get her to it up.
Okay, I simply can't cast magic with all these people, but I have a makeup kit. I surely have a cologne in it. I put some of it to my hand and then... Okay, smell it. Smell it, girl.
It would suffice that you approach the old lady, try to revive her and stuff like that. She's not dead after all. She just passed out.
And then I get the cloth and then...
Yeah, okay. You dress her up again. And now I want Gold to go for a stealth with a bonus of 3.
A fumble.
Okay, roll once more.
I got this.
Oh shit!
Again?
Roll again.
Again.
Yes, you roll again. You subtract 17.
16 minus 17, that's 1.
So a 3 basically. It was a 16, subtract a 10, then subtract another 7, that's 0. Then add the 3, that's a 3. What I wanted to do is get more grid out of the house.
As a matter of fact, Morgrid is out of the house and he's kneeling over the woman. When he came out, he first called for the people to back down and get away from her, to give her some space in order to breathe. When he saw that Amethyst is trying to provide some help, he knelt over her and asked, "What has happened here? What's going on?"
Some pervert undressed her and she went down. I'm trying to revive her, but just go call a healer or something.
He stands up and leaves to go and fetch Maron.
As he leaves, I say like, I guess someone's been too excited for this festival. Come on now. I say to the woman, like, come on, you can do this. Like, I can roll this hit, by the way, since I'm practically lying.
You can do that, but the rest of the crowd has already moved back. They are uncomfortable with the situation right now. So roll your DC, please.
That's 19 from me.
Yes. Okay. It's you act pretty naturally, and whatever you say goes without anybody paying attention or contradicting. The whole ruckus gives Gold the opportunity to move on the back, but as he does it, he steps onto some barrels that were on the side of Morgrid's house and breaks them down. The barrels roll, and you lose your composure for a little while, but you manage to sneak on the back because everybody else is actually paying attention to the old lady who is on the ground.
Can I spot Filia after this?
As you approach the window, Filior is waiting for you there because he listened to the sound of the barrels. He's expecting you there. He's expecting something at least. He's holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and he's standing over the window, peeping outside, waiting for whatever it is to come.
I am gonna cast Axie on him to relax him and try to talk him into saying what I want him to say.
Aggressive negotiations.
Oh, he can use persuasion, Axie for persuasion, right?
I'm just gonna use Axie.
Oh, you're going to stun him?
Yeah, I just want him to calm down and maybe try and convince him to follow me or answer some questions under the effect of Axie.
If I may, as to some of the situation, the party has just started because of the incident, the old lady getting pantsed. We have Amethyst and also Morgrid at the center of town, and Gol has stepped around the back of Morgrim's house. Can I do the same as I was stepping away from the crowd?
Of course you can.
Try, at least.
I roll spellcasting for Axie?
Yes, you do. Before you do that, roll me no, we keep your stealth roll. So you go on the opposite side of what Gol took, and you meet on the back, and you actually see the Witcher crossing his fingers and doing some weird movements while the boy is standing over the window. So you just want to stun them, right?
I want to using Axie to calm him down first of all, and then get him to follow me.
So it's a 17. He was quite anxious, so as you use the sign on him, the boy just you've seen it before, even through battle or through the use of your signs. Whatever strength holds his body together, and he's now stunned just over the window. His shoulders are now dropped. The knife drops from his from his hands, and his eyes are closed. He's barely standing at the moment. You did stop whatever he had in mind to do, but now he is stunned.
So I'm gonna. Can I reach him? Is the window? It's not too high.
No, but you will need an athletics check in order to move yourself up the window.
So to grab him, to pull him out the window and carry him.
That's what you want to do.
Yes.
Okay, then you will need a physique check.
Child abductor.
Be a 9.
Let me see if that wakes him up, because that's how stun works.
Shouldn't he try to make a stun save?
Probably.
No, just kind of grab him out of the window and kind of carry him like an injured soldier. How they carry him on their shoulder.
Technically, when you try to hit a stunned and target, you must roll above a 10.
Okay. Yeah, the DC for an inanimate target is 10. You must at least get a 10. But now that I come to think about it, you indeed want to grapple him.
Yeah, I don't want to hit him.
The physique check would be if you wanted to lift him, for instance, from the ground. But you want to grapple him and carry him over. So
Yes.
I would like you to roll a brawling, since that's the way grapple goes.
On roll 20, it's special movement.
Special movement? Okay, special move.
Thanks to you, Leo.
GM, that'll be 21 for brawling, for the grapple.
Okay, so what happens is you take a firm grip of the kid. You wake him up as you catch him and try to carry him over. So now you will give me a physique check.
It'll be a 17 with.
Okay, it's a critical, as it says. It's a double critical. The boy cannot resist. Once you grapple him, you then carry him over like a feather. You take him over the window to your embrace. You're holding him tight. As you put his legs on the ground again, he wakes up, takes a good look at you. He opens his eyes, and he's a bit shocked at what happened to him. He goes, "What's going on? Where am I? What are you doing, sir? Where's my dad? Where's my dad?"
Son, listen to me. Dad is taking care of some town business that happened. What I need you to do is that, remember when I gave you the silver sword? You trusted me? I need you to trust me again. You're with me.
I don't know what to say, sir. What do you want me to do?
Trust me, you are in good hands. What I need you to do is follow me and the bard. Are you with me?
Okay, let's do this accordingly. Please roll a persuasion check on him, which is quite difficult. I get it.
Very difficult. It'll be a 5.
You did it, actually, because he's in such a shock. He already had a penalty on it. He fumbled. He got a 5 on the fumble. So he waves his head. He nods at you and says, "Okay, I'll do as you ask." But where? He has trouble in breathing. I'll do as you say. But where are we going, sir? Where are we going?
I grab him by the shoulder and I just tell him, "Follow me." I grab him by the shoulder. I wave the bard over, and we hurry away to either the woods outside not the woods, sorry. I guess the field or the part outside of the house, far away from the crowd.
Okay, so you move to the direction of the back of the house, and you move far away.
Yes.
Are you running in any way?
Oh, you can say a fast walk.
You have reached the not so well made fence around the village.
I'll just bend down on the kid and ask, "Hey," I'll just bend down on him and just say, "Don't worry, you're not in any trouble. As I said earlier, we just want to ask a few questions. And remember, your father said it was okay. So,
So, you are holding Filior, okay?
Yes.
And you have managed to calm him down a bit. He's regaining his breathing. He tries not to scream, and he looks at you concurrently, one at a time, back and forth, and he's asking for your counsel. Actually, he's okay. What do I have to do? What do you want me to do?
As I said, calm down. Your father said it was okay to talk to us, remember? So you're not in any trouble. Just tell us if you know anything about the curse that happened to your friends a few years back, and also tell us if you've seen a man in his 30s getting carried by other men, or a sheep herder. If you know him, his name is Jesper. That's all you have to do.
Okay, I would say that this requires some persuasion on your part, because you have asked him to actually give a lot
Okay.
at this time. So you are rolling against a human, so
+1.
it's +1. Yes.
15.
That was a 3.
Yep.
Wow.
Not. I don't have very lucky rolls.
Yeah.
Do not lose faith in your silver tongue.
I know my assets.
Now he has stopped panting. He's actually calm. He closes his eyes and then opens them again, takes a deep breath, and he says, looking at his feet, he doesn't have the courage to look you in the eyes, neither of you. I don't get out of my house often because my dad is always afraid that something might happen to me. And it's actually what he believes is keeping me alive. I know nothing of the shepherd you're talking about, but I can tell you some things that not even my father knows. Actually, things that only 4 people in this village know.
Go ahead. Don't be afraid.
I want you to promise me that if I tell you, you are not going to hurt my dad or the other boys my age. Can I have you promise me that?
I look him straight in the eye and I say, I promise I won't hurt them.
Then he takes a good look at the Witcher too. And with his eyes, he's showing that he's waiting for it. Like he's staring at you right through your cut eyes.
Put my hand on his shoulder and I tell him, promise.
When we were young, no more than 5, there was a girl in the village named Clara. Clara was a very beautiful girl, and I was quite fond of her. I could say that I always thought that we could end up together. She was my age, and Clara had this strange, how do I say it? She had a situation at some points when she was afraid or when she was stressed, she would lie down on the ground and close her eyes, and her body would twist and shake, and she would speak, but not with her voice. She would say things that she could see in her sleep. Do you know what I'm talking about? She could see visions. She could see other things, not with her eyes, but in her dreams.
Like a prophet?
Prophecy.
Not prophecies, but she was playing with us. But if something happened, she could see it in her dreams. If something happened at the same time, if she got stressed and if she got afraid, then she would close her eyes and see everything with her mind's eye. And when he says that, he starts crying and tears fill his eyes. I never knew what this situation was, and I asked my father about it, but he said that I didn't know and that I shouldn't make fun of it. But I never did. I never made fun of Clara, but I was the only one. I was the only one that didn't make fun of her. The other boys, the other boys were laughing at her, and they called her crazy. They called her names. When she did that, they were always so hard on her. And then, when we got older, when we were 9 years old, my friends, they told me that they wanted to make Clara feel happy about it. And they said that she loved me, so if something happened to me, then she would try and save me and learn what I was hurting from. They told me to lie down and pretend that I'm unconscious. Then they called for her, and Clara came. When she saw me on the ground with my eyes closed, she touched my head. She put her ears on my chest to listen to my heart, and she was terrified. Then all of a sudden, she fell on the floor and started tumbling around like a pig in a mud hole, and then started speaking with another voice, and the other boys were laughing, and then they didn't stop there. They grabbed some sticks and started hitting her again and again and kicking her in the head. I woke up and I saw them doing it. I cannot forget it. And then she couldn't move anymore. Blood was coming out through her nose and her mouth. And then the boys said that we need to hide her body. And we took her to the forest. We dug a hole and put her in and told nobody about her. Then some of the boys got sick with fever. It was horrible. Clara died during the summer, and by the year's end, my friends were dying. 5 of my friends died in 2 weeks And then Meron came to our village. He told us that he could save the rest of us. We were 9 kids, 9 boys of 9 years old, 5 already dead. And he said that he could save the rest of us. My father told him that he would give him anything he wanted if he could save my life. Because, dear sir, I was the next one to come up with fever. He bursts into tears again, and he has quite a difficult time to continue speaking.
Child, don't worry. But it's all in the past now. But from all your friends, you said you were 9. How many were mean to Clara? Were there only 5 or 9? All of the kids were mean to her.
Everybody else?
Everybody else.
Son, you remember you buried her.
Yes, I will never forget that, sir. I will never forget that. But let me tell you something. Meron did it. He saved us. But a month ago, Jacob got the fever again. That same fever. I believe my father told you what happened the first time. We had to give Meron our best cattle to sacrifice to the gods. But when Jacob fell down with the sickness, we didn't have anything else to give, so they started drinking animals from beyond the forest for the gods to be pleased and the curse to stop. But then they couldn't bring the animals alone, I guess. But I haven't seen anyone. I really haven't seen any shepherd coming with the animals. I only know that Meron took the animals with him.
I give him a pat on his shoulder, stand up, and whisper, mostly between Gol and me. I think the people, at least farmers or villagers working with or for Meron, were taking sheep from the sheep herders. Then maybe they wrestled a bit or thought that maybe a human would be better. I don't know.
You might be right. We do need to go and check out her grave. Maybe her grave has anything to do with a curse.
I wouldn't be against checking out Meron's house as well. Seems like a shady individual.
We should split up, perhaps.
I don't know. I think we mustn't overstay our welcome here. This party was just a one-time trick. We can't throw parties every time. Maybe we should ask Amethyst and decide what to do. After all, we mustn't forget that our contract is to bring back or find out what happened to the sheep herder.
Correct. I do think that the disappearance of the shepherds have something to do with this curse.
Maybe you're the professional, but
Grab Amethyst and see what we're gonna do. It's getting late.
yes, it is. All that trekking through the forest has left me a little tired. I must confess.
Can we go back, please, now? Can we please go back now?
Sure, but kid, don't forget. We're not here to do any harm, and we'll keep on our promise. What's a promise? You're safe.
He takes a good look at the Witcher. literally staring in his eyes. Can you lift the curse, sir? Can you save our village?
Can try.
Then please, sir, do it without hurting anyone else. I believe that 6 dead children are a very high toll for such a small village. Don't you think so?
Let's go back home now. It's getting late.
Thank you, sir.
Indeed.
He's exhausted. The whole process of recalling this story ripped his soul apart. He's a mess. You see that he doesn't have any will upon his movements. He just follows because he doesn't know what else to do. So you reach back home, and everybody else has actually left Morgrid's house, but there he is. Morgrid is outside his house. He has his hands crossed over his chest, waiting for you.
Me?
You are there with him, and as you take a good look at your companions returning with Filior, Morgrid talks to you and says, "How can I trust you anymore? Your friends abducted my son."
Shut the fuck up, I say, and then, hey guys, what did you find out?
Hey, we were just reassuring the boy. He...
Told you the story?
Nah, I think... no offense, my dear Mogrid, but I think I played a little too loud. It was a bit too impressive, and when I started playing, I saw your boy running the other way, and we just caught up to him. He seems pretty shaken, so we just brought him back. Nothing too mischievous about that.
Okay, just a roll, you know what?
Anyway, I'm going to the cemetery now, I say, and head to the cemetery now. We lost enough time.
We good?
It's a 10 plus 19 plus my base.
19.
Yep, plus my base. I rolled a 10, then a 9. 16 plus 19 is 35.
Yeah, there's no chance he's gonna get it. And he doesn't. And he's buying it. He's looking at you and says, "Then thank you. Thank you, sir. You left your performance to get hold of my boy. I am forever in your debt, kind sir."
You were wrong in the first place for doubting us. How could you even remotely believe that we would be hostile to someone who has given shelter to us?
No need to rub it in.
I wasn't sure who you were until I knew. But that's another story, isn't it?
It is, my good man.
The only thing I have in my mind is my boy's safety.
It's an honest man's job, being a parent. I understand that. I put a hand on his shoulder, and just say, "We're strangers. I get it. But we're not trying to do any harm. Just trying to help and do our job, and we'll be soon on our merry way. Thank you for your hospitality, and good night."
Where are you going to stay? There is no inn.
I have a big tent. It can hold all 3 of us together.
And I'm not afraid to sleep staring at the stars. I've had worse.
Okay, at least try to stay inside, inside the fence. There's no need for you to risk yourself.
We will.
As if the fence would keep anything outside.
With holes everywhere.
While they talk to more good about camping or where to sleep, I turn to Filir and whisper him, "Support me in the direction of the grave."
It's that way, sir. And he spots close to the woods from which you came out.
Yeah. Had a funny feeling.
I think I missed a lot of things. What did he tell you?
We'll tell you later.
Let's go to camp. Make a fire.
Fine.
We'll talk. Thank you, dear Mogrim. Thank you for your hospitality and sorry for the ruckus.
It's okay. They got excited. You were pretty amazing, the way I see it. And okay,
I do what I do.
the old lady got carried away. No one can blame you for it, right? Come on, Filir. Let's get inside the house. I'll give you something to eat and lie down, my boy. He's actually very, very tender and very caring towards his son. So they step inside, and you are left alone.
So, what's up?
So
How did your mission go? Come on.
I didn't understand all the complexity of it.
Good, now try helping me understand.
So, as I get it, there was this girl, Clara, a young girl at the same age of all the other boys of the village, and she had those dreams, I think, those seizures.
Wait. Dreams? Seizures? Did she has...
I don't know.
Did she has... visions?
That's what he said. She sometimes fell on the ground and started speaking in another voice, and the other boys would pick on her. And one time they told our dear Filio that Clara was hitting on him, and so in order to get her to love him, he had to pretend to be hurt, to lay down on the ground, and as soon as she saw him, she started to panic, had an episode, vision.
So she's an Oniromancer, alright.
I don't know, but she had one of those episodes, and they started beating on her until she died.
I'm not claiming it's right. Common folk has a limited grasp of magical power sometimes.
You tell me.
Maybe the fate played a cruel game, but I'm glad she didn't live to get insane because of her powers. But still, I'm sorry for what happened to her, so an important question awaits. Where is her grave? I think I can lift the curse, but it will be very hard to dispel, and I need to get to the corpse.
You think you should get a rest first? Maybe do it first thing in the morning.
Sure.
Okay.
That would be a great idea. But what about Jesper? I'm not trying to blindside you with all your magical knowledge, both of you, but we came here for a job. We had to find back a sheep herder. I know this may be tied or not, but wouldn't this be more interesting to follow the tracks we followed when we came here?
Well, it would, but would you claim to be yourself as humane if you left this village cursed? Because the healer may have prevented the curse, but no curse stops until it gets what it can.
Sure, but in this case he's not a healer.
It will manifest maybe 5 years later, maybe 10 years later, maybe tomorrow, we cannot know.
Again, as I see it, those boys, except for Filio, kinda deserved it. And I think he will honestly be exempt for his curse because he wasn't mean to her.
Well, that's true, but since you were so humane in everything, I thought I would be I would try to be humane once, but since you read my thoughts, yeah, it's good riddance.
As a distinguished lady, are you familiar with balls or masquerades?
Well, I may have tended to them once or twice, maybe 10 times, but yeah.
Do you know the concept of putting on a mask to get information or help?
I do.
What do you think I did today? I had a job to do. I appeared friendly to them. That's all I needed to know.
Well, putting on masks have some truth in it, but when you put them on so much, you get tired of it.
I don't. I really don't.
After 100 years or so, you will.
I'm not that old, and I know I won't be. I must enjoy life while I can. I won't be as old as both of you. I get you'll be hundreds of years old. I won't make.
Did you just call me old?
Yes, because you'll be old and wise. It's not an insult. Experience isn't an insult. It's a chance and a curse.
I know, but calling a woman old is just rude.
Now everybody has called you old, like the Witcher, the GM, and now the Bard.
I won't lie about that. I am old.
I'll always be younger than both of you. And I'm fine with that. I know that my time is limited, and as long as my luck keeps, I'll still be happy. But sometimes in the future, I won't, so it's that.
As you say these words, you take a look at the Witcher, and he's not that old. I mean,
Their aging stops, so.
yeah, he's not that old. Although you're not able to pinpoint his exact age, he's not that old.
Okay.
I'm gonna shake this since he doesn't know. You want to know how old I am since you called me that?
I just had a feeling that you were more experienced than the common of mortals. That's what I've heard about mages.
248.
I'm just 202 years older than me.
Let's hope it stays that way.
I would like all three of you to make a deduction roll, please.
A critical.
That's a 15 for me.
That is 33 for me. I mean, 23 for me. Sorry, not 30. 23.
And the goal?
5.
So, Philippe, regarding your question about Jesper, you have a strong feeling that Morgrid might know something that he hasn't told yet.
Obviously.
Amethyst,
I already know.
you are absolutely sure that both Morgrid and Meron know things about the shepherd, and you feel strongly about asking them.
I think we should ask them because I've been reading minds left and right, and they're all lying about our main quest. I decided to postpone it until the curse. But since we solved the thing and decided not to help the fuckers, yeah, let's just ask them and be on with our main quest.
I've been asking them, but each time they told me they didn't hear nobody walking through town, they hadn't had any visitors for weeks. Well, lying through their teeth. They don't want to answer that.
Maybe we can bribe them, since we know the whereabouts of the curse.
I doubt that. Maybe Maron? I think he's a cheat. He's not a real healer. I think of him as somebody abusing the village's faith. But for Morgrid, I think he's just an honest father, and it doesn't strike me as somebody whose honor might be bought.
You know, this village deserves someone like that healer. let him leech on their faith and favor. Whatever. Let them live their own hell they brought upon themselves. Because why not?
I'll be honest with you. Growing up, what I've been taught is have a curse, lift a curse. If I do, it's who I am. My job is to lift curses.
Your job is to slay monsters now.
Lift curses. There's a curse. Most times, there's a monster, from what I heard from other colleagues. Now, what I think we should do is that you guys are way better than me at speaking to these people.
Yeah, and considering I'm the only mage here who can reliably dispel the curse. Oh god. Okay, fine, I'll help you.
I didn't actually ask for help. I think I could manage it by myself. We have 2 prime suspects.
Like, how will you do that?
One thing called Witcher TRPG.
Well, Witchers break curses because they understand the curses and also live their requirements, per se. But I think this curse is strongly tied to the grief of that girl. So if you don't have a reliable way of resurrecting her soul temporarily, which I have heard about a spell but I don't know, there is little ways of solving curses rather than just dispelling them, which I can do. But I need her corpse for that.
I think we need to use dark magic to revive the girl or resurrect her. I just wanted to check out the grave while you 2 interrogate Grid and Aaron.
Wait, I'm sorry. I think we can dispel this curse without resorting to necromancy.
You said resurrect the girl.
Yeah, but the thing is, I do not know necromancy. They are not high in favor in our academy, you know, for being forbidden and stuff.
This is just a thought. We have 3 ways to go, and we're 3 people. We have 2 suspects that you guys can interrogate, and I can go check out the grave. I'm not saying I'm gonna do any actions. Let's go check out. Maybe there's anything I can deduct from there. Get back with you guys and report.
I will go with the grave for you.
As far as interrogation, we have 2 people to ask again. It's Marin and Morgrid.
Look, it's a bad idea to separate, especially at a time like this.
Yes.
That's why I dare say we should go to the grave first, then get to the questioning tonight, and then get out of here at morning.
I think we should rest a bit first. Personally, my trek through the forest, plus the rest of the day, was quite tiring.
Basically, roll me an education check, please, Amethyst.
That's at 32 for, 22 for me.
22. Okay. So you are pretty sure that if anything is lurking inside that forest, it's pretty obvious that it will come out at that time of the day or night, actually. So if you are going to check on the grave, perhaps now it's not the best time to do it. Of course, nothing can stop you from doing it, but your voice of reason says otherwise.
Thinking for a second time, we are not going to a normal grave, and night is especially dangerous. Like, if that was a normal grave, I would 100% go for it. But it's a grave that is the origin of a curse, so monsters are gonna be drawn to there, especially at night. So yeah, it might not be a good time. So are we just rest there, because we haven't eaten anything in a day, and I have prepared rations and water skins for you. So just help me set up this tent and dig in.
That's very generous of you. I'm glad they accepted.
Someone has to play the mom, since you both won't.
I have 9 crowns and not enough money to buy any rations. What?
So you take a break from this hard thinking. Amethyst is pretty generous to give you food and water in order to help you rest a bit and rejuvenate. Is there anything you would like to talk about at this time, or do you fall asleep?
I want to talk. Not exactly the pajama party of my dreams, but since we lack bed sheets and all, we're sleeping in the grass, so why not go for it? So, my dears, I could not ask for better companions than you are, so... Yeah, we have our moments. I am really bad about talking about this. So... We're good fellas. Yeah. Stay that way.
You too? It's quite an interesting journey we've had today. Where I just wanted a few crowns and now I'm a humble adventurer, storyteller. I'm lifting curses. It's a step up in life.
Well, you can get a lot of stories, like this one. I'm sure any tavern would like to hear it.
Not any town. You have to pick your crowd. Pick your story. It's on art.
Well, if you tell it, please glorify it, like most bards do.
What's the point of having a story if you don't glorify it?
That's the thing. Witcher. So won't you talk with us? We are trying to have an emotional moment there, so we would like it if you contribute.
I'm not really good with emotions,
Just try your best.
Who talked about emotions?
To be honest with you, I am quite tired. I'm gonna fall asleep.
You had to kill the fun, didn't you?
Oh, go ahead. Go sleep. I'll keep watch. I have Roberta to keep me company.
Well, my beauty sleep beckons, so I'm sleeping like a proper lady.
At some point, I need you, Philip, to roll me an endurance check.
Endurance. There we are. That's a 10
10 total?
total.
Okay, but you just fall asleep. You didn't mean to, but you are so tired that you just fall asleep. And there you have it. This is the first night you spent together inside Amethyst's luxurious tent in the countryside, in the joyful village of Razikton. When the morning comes and you feel rested, you wake up. My guess is that the Witcher wakes up first, since he needs less of a rest and he went to bed first. And what do you do, Gol? Do you wait for the others? Do you wake them?
I think I'm just gonna go check on our guard, if you will, our bard that's guarding outside.
It's more like being inside the tent and keeping an eye outside the tent if anybody's walking by. It's more like that.
Yeah, he's close to the entrance of the tent, but lying down and sleeping
Yeah.
next to his lute, his beloved Roberta.
So I think I'm just gonna step out and sit outside for a bit. Just relax in the morning sun.
And yes, you do that. Perhaps you notice some of the people coming by and doing their everyday chores and stuff like that. The men still carry more things from one place to another, and people go back and forth. This is actually one of the most peaceful wakings you've had in a long time, apart perhaps from the period you were a hermit. It's quite nice, even for you, even for the troublesome life you've led so far. Perhaps it is the calm before the storm. Who knows? But you kind of like it.
Since I'm in a very peaceful state, I think I spot a person, as you said, doing their labor, carrying steel from one place to another, and I approach them and ask the gentleman, "Do you need any help?"
We hung our stuff. We can do this. Better stay away. We don't know who you are and what you want with us.
Sure, I just want to help you. Seems like you need the witch's strength.
It's not like we are in need of help. So if you expect us to pay you for your help, then tough luck, buddy. We don't have any coin to spare. And we know that witchers do anything for money. Or, better yet, whatever they do, they ask money for.
You'd be surprised, but I'm doing this out of the kindness of my heart. And do you need any help?
Do witchers have a heart? I thought you were heartless monster slayers.
Do you think I'm still alive? Need a heart beating to stay alive.
But you're a mutant. You're a mutant, aren't you?
It has no effect over my heart, sir. I'm still a regular human being with a beating heart that is offering you my help.
Well, then, in that case, we need to carry these logs from that side of the village to the other one because you might have seen the fence needs a lot of mending.
It would be my pleasure, sir.
Okay, I definitely did not expect that. I always thought that witchers were cruel and interested only in fighting and, I don't know, payment. And fucking ladies. Other people's ladies.
You're not wrong about that last one, but I do hope I change your way of thinking by offering you my help.
Perhaps you do. Perhaps you do. I don't know. Okay, so grab as many logs as you can and let's head over to the other side.
I will do just that, sir. As I grab the logs.
Okay, just give me 2 or 3 physique checks. Like, give me 3. We'll keep them for the half an hour.
So the first one will be 15.
Right?
The second one is 12. And the third is 9.
It's not as easy as you thought it would be. Perhaps you took a log too many in order to show how willing you were to help. So the third time, some of the logs fell off, and the guy comes over and says, "I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. You dropped some logs, and you're supposed to kill monsters."
Monsters are not logs I need to carry, if I remind you.
Well, you know what they say. You need to travel back and forth many a time if you want the job done. There's no need to push yourself to the limit. Just pick up fewer and do double the route.
All right, I'll take your advice.
But either way, you've earned your reward, sir. You can come home and have a glass of fresh milk if you'd like.
Would love that.
That's all I can spare at the moment. Goat milk.
Goat milk.
Yes.
Nourishing.
All right, I'll take your offer. Thank you.
You follow him to his home. He tells his wife to offer you a glass of milk. He says to you that he's going to help the rest of the crew to mend the fence. Both of you, Amethyst and Philippe, wake up, and the Witcher is missing, actually. He's not there.
Oh, let's hope he's not run into the forest and killed himself already.
I had such a good sleep. I do not even remotely care about him.
I don't remember. Was the payout each and every one of us 200 crowns or total? Because if it's total, it's a win for us.
It was a simple contract.
In that case, if he's missing, that's more coin for us.
Oh, well, then let's find him.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Quite the companion, I say. A practical man.
Business is business.
Well, I also think we shouldn't go find him, but he's an adult and all. He needs to be responsible for, if he's not a child, if he's going off somewhere, wandering off, isn't he supposed to tell us about that so we wouldn't freak out?
In my honest opinion, I think the sooner we leave this village, the better will be. So let's pick him up. Be on our way.
Yeah. But he is gonna get a speech when I found him. Let's go. I gather the tents.
Are you going to wrap it up or leave it as it is?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up, get it to my pockets, and save it for future use.
Philip, are you helping? Are you helping Amethyst with it? What do you feel?
A bit. I'm helping a bit, but keeping an eye out for Goal if I see him around.
Okay, yeah, he returns actually, and he's walking quite casually. He can have an awareness check.
I turn to him and I'm like, when you're going, wouldn't it be wise to tell us first? Since you're an adult and all, not a child.
That's a fumble. So that's 4 plus 7, so 11. Fumble, and I rolled a 9.
Okay, you believe it's a goal, but you're not so sure. It might be a villager who took up his swords and So, Gold Amethyst was a bit too direct with you.
I just woke up first and saw this man carrying some logs and thought I could, help him out. Didn't know that was the behavior of a child.
That's cool, but the next time, please leave a note. We were very sick.
I'm sorry, you were asleep. I never want to wake you up. To remind you, I don't need the same amount of rest as you do.
That's okay. Your heart was in the right place, so I'm not even mad.
Okay, so now that you are awake, you need to plan ahead. You need to think what your next course of action will be.
As I hate to say it, I think it might be time to pack up Roberta and go check out this tomb in the woods you two seem so keen on looking for.
You also decided that you'd rather lift the curse as a logical course of action, or is your heart having doubts about this?
Could be a good idea, at least to get us some time to find where the sheepherder's going, but the more time we spend on the curse, the farther away it gets.
Getting a favor to the village might raise our reputation here, so the elders might be more willing to share the things they hid from us.
That's true, but if we... Just a supposition before we go. If Maron isn't as helpful as he pretended to be, we might not get in his good graces and get things harder for us. But depends if we're looking for the truth or just fulfill our contract.
We can talk to them beforehand and get a bargain. Like, we know you're hiding things from us, so if you'd oblige, we will break the curse for you and something.
I don't think so, because they were very light-skinned. I think that's the word. They were very susceptible to look hurt. Every insult we threw at them, they were hurt easily. So I don't think talking to them was the good course of action. I think now action is the course of action.
We do not have to openly bargain with them. If they are going to play the victim, we are going to play the benefactors. That's it.
You can always intimidate them.
No, let's not do that.
We can't be both saviors and bullies.
Let's keep that option as a last resort.
When you both understand combat, I'm guessing, as I understand it, there's also the matter of social interaction, and you can't be a savior or a bully. You have to be on some kind of offensive, but always playing the same role. If you're a good guy, you have to act a good guy. You can't seduce them and the next minute intimidate them outside the bedroom. You have to keep up a moral high ground if you want to get friends with them, but you can't intimidate them and leave them be. They'll talk behind your back, and now you have the whole village on you.
If 200 years of life has taught me something, you do not really need to get people to like you to get things to have them get things done for you. You just need to have their respect. So I think cleansing this curse will earn it for us.
It's easier to get someone to like you than to earn their respect, because they can like you for 50 minutes and you're gone.
Look, getting respect should be the first objective. Getting love is good but optional in most cases.
Talking about love, talking about just little appreciation, 15-minute appreciation, made somebody smile. It's enough to get a favor. And then you're gone.
I can see where you're going, and I like it.
Or you are the best one with talking. I am gonna stay back and keep my lips sealed.
I think I will observe the conservation and step up when needed. So the talking is yours.
I thought we were going to check out the tomb first, but
We can actually check the tomb first if it would be alright with all you all.
fine by me.
Then let's go to the tomb. Please follow. Where were we going again?
I think it was back to the woods the woods we crossed yesterday to get to the village. I had a funny feeling when we went inside.
Boy pointed me to the direction of the grave. If you guys want to follow me.
Well, let's go then. I can attempt to find traces of magic and lead you from there on. I adopt the kid gave a detailed directive for us, so that's the least I can do for you. Let's go. I say and walk, expecting my team to follow me.
You start walking
Yes.
on your own. Okay.
I of course expect the team to follow me. If they don't follow, I will stop walking.
So Amethyst is actually she's moving away at the moment.
Keep it as a group. I'll follow.
She going in the right direction?
Yeah, I believe so.
Alright, if it's the right direction as the boy showed me, then I guess I'll follow as well.
She's actually going towards the village entrance where you came from.
Yes, that's where the boy pointed at.
Yeah, the boy pointed close to the woods.
So I use my magical talents to see if there is a magical phenomenon around. Like I already know the phenomenon, but I will attempt to track it. Like, for example, since it's the origin of a curse, is there any rotten roots or something like that? I know since the curse is this powerful, it should kind of leave a trace. I will roll magical training if you let me to.
Of course.
It's a critical there. It is 31 for you.
You let go of any other thoughts. You start mixing with the environment. Your whole body becomes one with everything around you. You just become a vessel of chaos to flow inside and through you. But you come up empty.
Yeah.
You're pretty sure we are pretty sure that whatever it is you did it perfectly. But chaos doesn't seem to lead you somewhere.
I think we will have to take some measures. Okay, guys, let's get to the village, and there's something wrong, but I know the thing to make it fixed. So let's go to the village, I say, and I go to the village.
We didn't even find the grave.
Yes, we are not supposed to, because the magical trace seems to be a little weak. So we are gonna get one of the cursed children, and energies attract each other and such. So he will find it for us.
Follow your lead.
What exactly do you have in mind?
I will have a little research about the cursed children. Like, I'm going to the healer,
Okay.
and then I knock his door.
So Meron comes up at his doorstep.
I need your help immediately. There's little time to explain, but I think the curse you managed to stop can be gotten rid of. I found a way, but I need to know one of the cursed people here, like the teenage boys, the ones you saved. If you'd lead me to one of them, I can relieve this place of the curse. So we are in your debt right now.
We could help Clara.
First you accuse me, and now you come to my doorstep asking for help.
Yes.
Is this how you do things in your big city lives?
Well, it leads to results, so I think I am pretty close to results. You are not obligated to help me, but your help would be appreciated. People already like you, so they would like you even more. I do not see a problem in that. We accused you because we knew nothing. As we had a firmer grasp on the situation, we realized that you were in the right. So I humbly ask you for your help.
Don't you think, child, that is quite foolish to accuse someone when knowing nothing?
From what I have gathered, I thought for a while, won't lie to you, you were the reason of the curse. You were its caster. But when I saw the real thing that led to this curse, I think you were in the right. So, look, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was first skeptical, but now I trust you about this. I could go to the child, and I still can, and ask for his aid, but I didn't want to burden him. I wanted a hand I could hold, a hand I could shake, and your hand will look like that hand to me. If you don't think your hand isn't that hand, I will go and seek the child's help. But I do not want to evoke more trauma for him. Please help us. I bow slightly.
You say you trust me because you need me.
I said I trust you because I found you innocent and helpful. So if you have made great service to the people around here, why not do a great service to the same people now? The curse being lifted is of no importance to my health or my allies. The only positive influence it can have is on the people. Doesn't it align with what you want?
You're having an attempt on persuading him to help you, so
Let me just... Oh, a critical. 25 for me.
he listens to you, picks up whatever pride he has left, and says, 4 children were spared. Out of the 4, only 2 were affected by this curse. One is Filio, the second is Jacob. Jacob's house is the third from the entrance of the village.
Thank you. I am grateful for your service. I say, bowing and taking a few steps back.
Mark my words, woman. The best thing you can do right now is leave the village. Just let us go on with our lives.
We will, momentarily. As the curse dies, our memory will also die as we leave. I promise you that.
He takes a step back and he points to the exit with his staff. What will you suggest to the rest of the group? What will you say?
I say we go to the child and take him. Since he's a bully, I have zero remorse in invoking whatever trauma he may have. And since he doesn't help us, he will die, so let's go. That will be his punishment.
Why didn't we ask him about the missing shepherds, as Philip wanted to do?
I'll let you do the talking.
After I tried all this time to persuade him into our mutual objective, he barely, just barely decided to be of help in our favor. If we proposed an idea that would only benefit us, like our mission, he would have simply said no. But after we get rid of the curse, we can discuss with him on our terms. At least with a more favorable term, that is. We can hope, or, I can simply, you can simply intimidate Asira, mind read him, and torture him, I don't know. I will just leave that to you after that, if that doesn't work, okay? Let's go. So, we go to the child's house and I knock the door.
So a woman comes up at the doorstep. She opens the house. Can I help you, madam?
Why, of course you can. I say and get to the house immediately.
You just push her and get inside?
Yes.
Just for the record, give me a physique check.
Okay. That's 14 for me.
Okay, so you barge into the house. You two actually see Amethyst pushing aside the lady and getting inside. You see the lady staring at your companion with eyes popping out. She's actually amazed by her nerve.
Goal, please take this one.
I think I'm gonna stay outside.
What do you do once you are inside?
Well, I began speaking and say, so, I'm getting to the point. I know your child is sick, am I right?
But he's not sick at the moment. He got sick and then Maron treated him. That was 3 weeks ago.
Well, of course he did, but he cannot combat the curse forever. It will eventually resurface. So let me guess. Fever.
He had the fever, and he barely got away with it. His body started growing red.
Well, the healer was on point. If he wasn't here, your child would be dead, sadly.
Yes, thank my little. Oh, Holy Mother.
I shove her my holy symbol of Meltiel.
Oh, you're a believer too. Oh,
Yes, I am.
thank the Lord.
I am a healer of sorts myself. So, can I see your child? Because 5 people has died from it. It is because of something done so terribly when they were children. You might.
What are you talking about, ma'am? What are you talking about?
I will not bore you with the details, but there is a curse going on which affects 9 people that have witnessed an event that is so baleful that 5 of them died from it because of the curse. Your child is barely holding on to life because of that healer. But if we don't get rid of the curse once and for all, sadly more will follow. Your children first. So I'm here to prevent that.
Oh my. Not my Jacob. Please, not my Jacob.
Do not cry, I hug her. Do not cry, we will restore him. Yeah, my word.
She turns her head and says, Jacob, come on, love. Come here. Somebody's here to see you. You actually see one of the two kids that was dancing yesterday in the impromptu feast that Felipe gave out.
That's what I do.
Hello, handsome. How are you holding up? I ask.
Hello yourself too, madam. I'm fine, thank you.
You don't have any fever lately, do you?
No, not since Maron treated me. He healed me, alright?
Yes, he did, but it's only temporary. There is an issue with an ongoing curse, so I want you to help us to save you and the others.
How can I help you?
You can come with us, direct us to her grave, and then we'll do the rest.
Well, what are you talking about? I don't know anything about it. Roll me a human perception. Oh, no. Human perception is for reading people's emotions. I believe it's resist coercion.
18?
Not bad.
Thank you. I can describe myself as a rather stubborn person, maybe?
Okay, you do not buy it. He actually tries to hide something mainly because of his mother. And he keeps on looking at her, and then he steps back and says, okay, I'll do it, but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone. Please.
We already know the whole story, but I will not tell anyone. That is your responsibility to bear, and the guilt is yours. I can already see that you're suffering, so I do not wish to make you suffer anymore. Or am I wrong about your current state of mind about her?
I don't know what to say, madam.
It's alright. Children are often uneducated, are often cruel, and lack empathy. As they age, they grow higher into consciousness. I cannot judge you for the things you did when you were a child, since you're judging yourself enough. So, be at ease. We will get this right, and then be out of your lives.
We lost 5 of our friends. When is this going to be over? Haven't we paid enough?
When you help us find the tomb, and then you'll all be free.
We are only working so you won't be the 6th. So please help us. Or else others will die. You first, and the others maybe more agonizingly.
So you want me to show you where we hid the body?
I believe I can dispel the curse, but I need the body for it.
Okay, I'll do it. Just promise me you won't say anything to our parents.
No, I won't. I turn to her mother. Do we have your blessing to take your child?
We'll give it back to you.
Of course, he will only stay with us momentarily and we guarantee his safety.
If this is going to help everyone in our village, then please do.
Thank you, madam. Let's go then. Show us the way.
She hugs her son and she touches his face and wipes his eyes that had become wet at the time, kisses him at the forehead and says, "Go, my child, go bring peace to our village." And Jacob joins you.
Great.
Perhaps it's wise to take the rest of the children with us, don't you say?
Well, that is a good idea, Jacob. Yes, we will do that. Can I count on you to gather them?
Oh, let's take all the village children and take them to the forest. That seems like a good idea.
Yeah, and the Witcher will be, and our Witcher will be responsible for their protection, and I will back up you with my skills.
May I just interject, dear madam? You're asking the whole village to give out their children to strangers in order to take them into the forest, guarantee their safety by a Witcher which I obviously hate and despise. No offense, Diego. That doesn't strike me as the best course of action. We have one guide. Why not just satisfy it with that?
Well, if they have any fever, and if I recall correctly, one of them had, I think I can dispel the fever, so we can get their trust with, here, look at this is the fever child, and I can fix them, so let your child assist us so we can dispel the curse, forevermore.
So we have one like that. We don't need 5 more guides.
Okay, then. I can come with you if you believe we can do this faster. Then yes.
Wait, that the child actually gave us the best course of action, because the whole reason of this curse is the malice, is the unresolved feelings of the girl. So, if they are not dead and their revenge is not taken, she will probably want to see the other children, so that she may let go. I propose we take the other children. Their families can come with us if they want.
No, you promised. You promised nobody will learn about this. No. You keep our parents away. Listen to me. I can bring Filior, Ben, and Sev with me,
Great, do that.
and we can meet you in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, we'll be there.
That's great. Then I will be waiting at the entrance. But please don't be late, because we do not know how it is dangerous for you when you are not in your house.
Okay, but we play in the woods from time to time. Nothing has happened to us, so I'm gonna bring the boys and meet you there.
Great. We will be waiting for you.
Okay, so the boy runs to his friends.
We go there and spell the curse. Then what?
Then
If I had the slightest impression of the chief that is true, he's fiercely protective of his child, so I expect that after he secures his child's well-being, I'm sure he will be in our debt.
I think so too.
So, not about that part. The healer is what scares me.
I'm not scared of him, I just think him as a wild card.
Scare is a bad word. True, I don't scare him too, but I fear the probability of him ignoring our plea.
If he was a con artist, and I think he is one, his next move, if we do lift the curse, is either to say he did it, or that we brought another one and the village needs him to get rid of us.
Well, the children will be our witnesses, so...
Yeah, 3 children against the whole village and an established healer.
If that goes wrong, we can simply murder him, because at this point I would.
Yeah, I'm not keen on getting myself wanted through Redania. I'm a bit far away from home, and I like my freedom.
Very not. We can simply assassinate him on the spot and then get away with it.
I'll be honest with you, I am not a School of the Cat Witcher. I am not a hired assassin. I'll just kill an innocent man. But I am with the bard on this one.
We should aim to go things politically then. How can we do that? I will take the mayor's child. He is a trustworthy source of information, and if he is our witness, then the mayor will be on our side too. So we cannot face both the mayor and the healer. So we only have to drive them, at least one of them, to our side.
Is Jacob not trustworthy enough?
I think he is. I think we'll suffice with the boy.
Yes, because we have now, if we want to have failure as well, we have to convince again Mogrid to give his child to us, even though yesterday evening he accused us of adopting him. I think one guide is enough.
I go to the mayor's house and knock.
Are all three of you going to the mayor's house?
Nah, I'm not.
Yeah, the bard and I want to grab Jacob, and we think he's gonna suffice.
I think that's a waste of time and also abusing the trust and patience.
Being greedy. We have the boy. The boy agrees to go with us. Let's just take him.
Take our chances.
I will simply ask the boy, and then if he doesn't want to come, I will not pressure it. So
It's just raising more suspicion.
Your call.
So, yeah, Morgrid comes at the doorstep. He looks at you and says, can I help you?
your child, he can help us, not you. Please, take him. Please take him to us so we can talk.
Diplomacy.
I think that whatever happened yesterday,
It's not about yesterday, it's about tomorrow. So go.
I do not appreciate the way you're talking to me, really. And actually, I would be feeling much more comfortable if you left my son alone. He's pretty shaken up from whatever happened to him yesterday.
I will not pressure him. I will simply ask him a question, and if he says no, I will leave.
Okay, this is your last chance, and please do not make me force you out of the village. Please. I do not want that.
Of course, time is of the essence.
Filio, come, my child. So the boy comes. He stares at you and says, "What can I do for you, man?"
You can, you remember the tale you told to my friends, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, I offer you the chance to see your friend again and apologize to him accordingly. We are supposed to free her soul today. I will not pressure you into coming with us. You can say no, but this may be your only chance to see her, and it will be sad to deny you the last opportunity of seeing her again and making amends.
Morgrid steps in and says, "What are you talking about? What?
Could you not
what
interrupt
foolishness
us,
is this?"
please? I'm talking with the child. Go away, shoo! And I talk to the child, so.
Your friends promised me that no one would hear about this. What are you talking about? You didn't respect.
Oh, the man was there! I'm sorry, I thought he left. Oh my god.
You didn't respect my request, my only request. I said everything to your friends because I trusted them. And now, what are you doing?
Only the children know. If you don't add anything more, there won't be anything more. So.
No, I don't want to come with you in anywhere. I'm staying with my father.
Your choice, I say, and I then go. So, is the other children already there?
You two have been following Jacob the way I see it, right?
Waiting on the edge of town with Jacob.
By the time you arrive there, Jacob has already gathered the other kids. You see three boys, 15 years of age. Jacob is in the middle and says, "Well, that's three of us because Filio didn't want to come, and this is Ben, and this is Sev, and they all know." The children are walking in front of you, and when you reach the woods from which you came yesterday, they tell you that they had to drag the body all the way to these woods, and that they have buried her on the spot between two of the largest trees of this part of the forest. So they take you there and they say, this is the place. This is where we brought her. You can see that this place is actually a good one because people from the village would not be able to see the spot from the village. They would have to come all the way here.
Well, I turn to the children and say, well, since I keep your secrets, I will give you some of my own, so please stay back and don't be afraid.
And the kids run behind the two men, actually, behind Philippe and Gold.
So, and I use my telekinesis to levitate the earth that buried her.
You two, Philippe and Gold, you see the kids are genuinely afraid. They tremble with fear at what they are seeing. What is this lady doing? What's she doing? Please tell her to stop. Please.
How many energy I spend for that? How many times do I have to cast this spell?
Actually, you don't need to actively do it, right? You just move it and throw it, right? So you do it once, and when you do it twice, okay, and you lift portions of the ground, a voice comes shouting from the village. It's none other than Meron, who comes running and not standing on his staff. He shouts from afar, "Stop! Stop this madness! Stop what you're doing! You cannot respect her even when she's dead for so long. Just leave my baby girl there. Do not touch the ground."
We are doing this not for our depravity, but to cleanse her soul and give her peace, which she has been denied for so long.
You know nothing of her soul. You know nothing of her suffering, and I will not permit you.
Then tell us, I say. You have been hiding things from us ever since we came here.
Why should I trust you?
You have no reason to. We've been nothing but strangers and disrespectful to your customs. But we mean well. We're just here to see how much you've done, help your village, and that's it.
Do you know how hard it was to raise a child like Clara? Do you know how difficult it was to see her suffering? To see every other boy of this God-forsaken place pick on her, calling her names, calling her crazy. And then they kill her. I know they did. I know they did. When she went missing, I went to Morgrid's father, who was at that time our village elder. By the time, my name was Adelar, and I was Clara's only parent. Her mother died in birth, and I was to raise her alone. I couldn't do anything about her situation. But when she went missing, somebody knew. Somebody in this village knew what happened, but nobody helped me. I begged and I begged them to help me find my child, to help me find my Clara. Nobody did. Nobody cared. Some of them even said that the village is better off without the crazy girl.
Don't say that. We do care about her.
Not you, not now. 6 years ago when they killed her. And then I left the village. I left the village to search for my child.
I'm sorry for your loss.
She came to me. But now, she wasn't my child anymore. When she found me, she was nothing more than a ghost. She told me what happened. She told me who killed her. She told me who was to blame for.
How did you feel?
And who is responsible? Who did she tell? Who did she tell was responsible for her passing?
Every boy of this damn village. They killed her. And they got what they deserved. Because as I lost my child, so would the other ones.
Every boy?
Not every boy, but he took part in this. He played the dead one, and my daughter loved him. And look what happened to her. Why should I forgive him? Why? Would you?
No, I would not. But curses are a burden, both from the afflicted and from the caster. It drains from the soul. No soul should bear the responsibility of hurting one another, even though it might be their killers. Would she forgive them? We don't know. Maybe she forgave them and can't take this curse. If she doesn't forgive them, I can do nothing about the curse myself.
You don't get it, do you? You don't get it. Clara never cast any curse. I did. This is my doing, because I wanted them to suffer as I did. And then, when I gave him what they wanted most, I took away their money, because those animals were everything they had.
And there we have it.
I wanted them destroyed, suffering.
Now that's out of the way, can you please tell us about the shepherds we're looking for?
The shepherds were fools. Jacob never got the same illness the other kids had. He had just the fever, but the villagers, they just went crazy. They thought the curse was back. And who was I to deny it? I could have more of their animals. I could have more of their money. I could destroy them further. And that's why I did at first. Then they didn't have any more to give, so they started abducting sheep. The shepherds were collateral damage. They just came with the animals.
That's what I thought.
Sounds like they had it coming, so... Well, what will happen to the children who heard the story now? Look at them. I'm showing the children to them.
We promised not to hinder or hurt more of the healer or Mogrim or his son. I say we let the curse run its course and we'll have fulfilled our promise and also finished our contract.
Don't saying things like that when the afflicted people are watching us. How wise would that be? Because
I'm not saying we hurt anybody. I'm just saying we just move our way and don't hurt anyone.
you are missing the point. The children are here, right?
Yes. And the healer just confessed in front of the children.
Yes. What do the children say?
Why not let the children tell their parents, who will tell each other, and they will probably riot and burn the healer.
Actually, what happens is Jacob, who was the kid that fell ill at the time, and his parents thought that he was down with the same curse, he comes in front and says, "So you're responsible for our friend's death? And you're responsible for our parents having nothing?"
Well, you are responsible for the death of her daughter, so...
"Yeah, she was a trouble. She was a crazy, she was a cuckoo. And what did we do? We had some fun, and then she started acting crazy, and we wanted her to stop. She was making these noises, and her voice was like She was a devil.
It was not beyond her control! I scream, and then my sword just bursts down in flame, like, you know. I use Catfan's grasp on my sword, so it's like on my flames. You will not disease her any further. You hear me, boy? I say.
The boy just shot himself, just crapped his pants, literally, and then the other boys grab each one of you from the legs. One grabs Philippe and the other one grabs Goal. And they go like, don't let her hurt us. Jacob told us that you're going to help us, not kill us.
Well, she was crazy. We can't know what she could do anyway, so... Good riddance. Do what you want. I will take no pleasure in seeing people die, normally, but I will gladly make an exception for people like you. And you call many things monsters. Monsters, I say, and pat the shoulder of the old guy, the healer guy. Do what you will.
I just look at the goal and push aside the kid that's grabbing me by the waist.
I just kind of look at the kid in shock because I have never had this kind of encounter. You know, I'm kind of frozen to the core, if you will. The kid.
Personally, I've had a few experiences with high pragmatism, and as a very pragmatic character, I just go with the flow.
Even the pragmatic guy couldn't see any other way out of the situation. I like where this is going. But seriously, those children deserve to die. Anyway, let's proceed.
Not that, it's just let's not get ourselves in too much trouble. Let's go on our merry way.
We found the shepherds, we found their fate. I believe it is time to get our crowns.
So, what happened to the children? Just explain them, like, in detail. Come on. I want to hear this.
Meron, or should we say Abelard, takes a good look at all three of you and says, now you know Razikton's secrets. These villagers never knew what happened to my child, and I thought that it was just for them to not know what happened to their own.
I am a mage. I tell the man. If I wouldn't be found, I would probably meet the same fate with your girl, so I'm sorry, I really am. There is nothing I can say that could remedy your pain, but at least know that I understand. I say and open my arms for a hug. I want to hug the man.
Once you do that, once you hug him, he just bursts into tears.
I say cry.
Apart from the apparent reason that he is crying, he just starts mumbling, I caused so much suffering. Children are dead because of me. I should have been better.
I also tried to hug him tightly, and there was nothing you could do. You did what everyone in your place would do. Don't blame yourself.
He turns to the Witcher, and once he stops this tear burst, he's still crying. He turns to the Witcher and says, tell me, Witcher, what kind of a monster am I?
I began crying, by the way. I began crying.
Listen, what I need you to do is the following. I need you to pack up your things and leave this town. You have no place in here. Find a new life. Forget about your daughter. Forget about what you did here. The boys are no longer affected by this curse. Lift it, be gone.
While this happens, I'm crossing my arms, resting my back on a tree, and just watching this happen.
But is the curse really gone? Or what if the curse isn't the one that was cast on the children, but to his fate? One will never know.
There is only one thing left to do then. For this curse to utterly disappear.
Are you ready to do that?
I am now, because Now I have found solace. At least I know that everything I did is not considered monstrous by everyone.
Just revenge. That's it. It's human.
It's only natural.
Just revenge. The fire of revenge is never dying.
Fire, revenge is love.
No. This is something even more. This is something I will never be able to undo. The pain and the suffering I have brought upon these people.
You did that only because you have suffered yourself. You have been in great anguish. No one can blame you for what you have done.
And that's why this revenge will live on as long as my heart keeps beating. And when he says that, he pulls out a knife out of his belt and stabs himself in the belly.
I try to hide, to cover some children's eyes with my hands.
As I see the knife being pulled out, I try and grab his hand, but
He starts pulling the knife towards his heart.
When he stabs it, I'm like, no! And I'm like, as he drives it further and further, I'm like, why did you do that?
when he drives his hand up towards his heart, you can see he's unbalanced, correct?
You see what?
He's unbalanced. He's about to fall.
He drops to his knees and then he's about to drop face down.
I hold him by the way. In hopes of healing him, since I know healing magic, but I guess it's too late now.
I was about to jump and grab him, but Amethyst beat me to it.
I touch him to insert healing magic to him. Let me just cast it. Since he's bleeding out, I think I can at least counteract the bleeding with my heal. Just hold on, I can cure you. I can do it. You don't have to die, I tell you.
As he holds the knife with one hand, he lifts the other one, bloodied, touches your beautiful clothes and says, please don't.
I put my hand on Amethyst's shoulder and tell her he has to die.
The tears are flowing down my face, like.
There's nothing left for me anymore.
As they are all three discussing, I come from the back of Marin, take my knife and stick it right at the tip of the skull.
I stop my healing magic first, and then you can do that.
Quick and painless death. Just a quick and easy death, no pain involved.
Surprise.
He deserved a coup d'etat.
As you pull your knife out of his skull, he falls down with his face facing the earth.
I will bury him near his daughter. So I take the knife. It is my weapon now. Can I do that? You know, a knife is hardly worth anything anyway, so I'm just gonna do that.
I would like the Witcher to throw in some Witcher training as monster lore.
It'll be 17.
Okay, you're pretty sure that his body should not be left like that, because it will most definitely attract any kind of unwanted attention by whatever is creeping inside the forest, mainly narcophages and ghouls and algals and stuff like that. Yep.
You should bury him deep in the ground to not attract any ghouls or any necrophages around.
Okay, he just gives you professional input. If you decide to do that, you need to do it like that.
I will use my magic to dig up a hole until I reach his daughter, and then I put him near his daughter, so at least they can see each other in death, maybe. In case he attracts any necrophages, I will have my sword, cha, and set him on fire.
What? You are setting the body on fire.
Wouldn't this be the best course of action? I look at the Witcher, so
Nice.
as he burns, I put his remains when I am 100% certain that he won't attract any necrophages. I put them near his daughter so they may rest.
As they do, I just play a nostalgic tune.
I think we can make a small ritual, like sing an elegy or something.
One of the two kids, the one that has grabbed gold by the waist, has dropped unconscious, passed out. The gas of blood and the whole burning of the body and stuff, it was too much for him, and he's off. The lights are off.
I look at the bard and I tell him, I think you should take the children back to the village. This is not for them.
Yeah, maybe. But I'll get this one clean first. I kneel down in front of the two that are conscious and I say, boys,
Just take those fields away from me.
boys, this never happened. Go on with your lives. You can tell what happened to your healer, but you can also say that we had nothing to do with it.
It might have been a little problem because since apparently you didn't told me of your little deal, I thought it was fair game, so his father kind of knows.
We didn't have the time to do so.
Well, anyway, those children deserved their stories to be spread, so it was not like they were noble children, so...
Listen, kids, do you, but try to forget about this and live your life. Okay? That's better for everyone.
The children cannot reply anything. They are astonished by the cruelty of Amethyst's words. The look on their faces is like, how can you be? How is it even possible for you to be like that? And then they just turn their backs and take their way towards the village. It's as if they have made a pact with you, a silent pact, that they will never speak about it and nobody ever has to know, and that they got what they deserved.
That's probably for the better.
I think we should start heading towards Blaviken to get our money.
Yeah, that's the smart move.
I will search his house in case if he was able to cast a curse like this. He was a mage beyond the caliber.
I think we should let this village go. We had enough trouble. We should just do everything.
I will just check his house just to be sure. It might.
You do know that if you go alone and the people are angry and wonder why the healer disappeared and they want to burn you, that's on you. Do I need to remind you that we're in the middle of a witch hunt?
Well, fine. You have a good point.
All right.
Nice. Pretty slick. Nice.
That's not of us I welcome. And grab our money.
What about the child that fainted?
Take him to Kaer Morhen. Make him a witcher.
Yeah, let's leave him there.
We could just bring it to the edge of the forest and leave him there, close to the village, and until he gets on his feet.
Wake up. Agreed. Pick him up and put him where needed.
Just not in the forest, surrounded by beasts and monsters.
Right. We'll put him close to the village.
Yeah, not quite at the village, but closer. in order so he can get healed by himself.
You might also want to roll a deduction check.
19 for me.
13.
19, 16, and 13.
Yes.
Okay, so Gold and Amethyst, you believe that either way you will get to Blaviken sooner or later, so you'd better not take the way you came, because the whole forest trekking was only to cover the tracks, and you can reach the town by using the main road in order to have a safer journey back home. I don't know if you share this with Philip.
I think we should take the main road. You know, stay away from the wild for now. Let's get to Blaviken as soon as we can. Get our money quick.
Sure, I follow you.
Okay, then it's 4 to 5 hours way back home due to a longer route. But you reach Blaviken, you enter the city, a grim city, not a city nonetheless. You reach the alderman's house.
Yes.
The notice board is there, the contract is missing because you have it, and you deliver the contract to the alderman, who is looking at you. I don't know if Amethyst had a chance to change her blood-stained clothes or anything.
Oh yeah, I did. I am someone who likes to wear good things. I also have 2 clothes just in case, my fashionable clothes and my cold weather clothes.
So he doesn't have any hint about it. He has no hint about it, and then when you give him the contract back, he asks, "So, what did you find out?"
The sheep herders were being taken by villagers from a small village just north of the forest, Razikton. They were sacrificing animals to lift a curse, and then they got greedy, brought animals from other shepherds, and the shepherds got in the way and abducted them as well. We got rid of the curse, and now there won't be any more abducting, but I fear the other shepherds were just killed by the villagers.
Wait, what? Really? Is that possible?
That's how I understood it.
Well, yeah, villagers killing them sounds rational.
Oh my, those savages.
Indeed.
Oh yes, they definitely did. I thought I saw the blood mark was, oh my god.
They got the animals. What did they need the people?
Some sad pagan ritual.
They'll do anything for the curse.
Look, boy, I know about magic, and I can say to you about the looks of it that it was satanic.
Luckily, as I address the Elderman, luckily, I think we are very lucky to have the light of the eternal fire to guide us.
Oh, roll for me, please.
Yeah.
Empathy 10 and deceit 16 plus your roll.
21.
Nice.
He opens his arms and says, "Blessed words have never been spoken before. In this little house, more blessed words have never been spoken before. May the eternal fire always burn bright."
And may it always light your path. Now, where's our crowns?
Oh, of course.
By the way, what do you plan to do with the village? The heretics. They should burn.
These are difficult times. We've got bandits raiding our caravans. We also have other internal matters to take care of. I don't believe we can spare men to do it, but I will send word to King Radovid, and perhaps he can make something out of it.
Oh, eternal fire bless you.
Perhaps he can bring the eternal fire's justice to these savages.
Let's hope so, Elderman. Let's hope so.
Here's your coin. and he gives you a leather purse.
I take it and begin to spread it evenly.
Yeah, how much do we get?
66 crown each. 200 crown divided by 3.
We had all this trouble for this?
Told you so.
These are difficult times. 200 crowns is a lot.
And I really never knew what happened there. I thought that you were just going to find out what happened to some shepherd.
Could have just been eaten by wolves. That was my first theory.
Well, things call other things, and it goes and like this, and here we are. I couldn't have seen that coming, but it was a fun adventure. 10 on 10 will do it again.
So I guess we can wrap it up. That's it for tonight.
Amazing.
I really hope you enjoyed it.
I really did.
A lot.
I seriously felt bad for the mage, though. Like, that's horrible.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to do this.
It was very fun. Thank you a lot.
Thank you for hosting us.
To tell you the truth, it was supposed to end up in a fight. If there is going to be a fight, you will have to face Clara's wraith plus 5 minor wraiths of the kids that first died from the curse.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's really amazing.
But you really did a great job on investigating the matter. And
I have a knife.
was it your first time?
Yeah.
It was absolutely brilliant. Cold Blood, what about you?
This is I want to say 1.5. I had a few other games as a part of a campaign, but then my group broke up after a short.
Aww.
At some points, you were pretty close to the edge. I mean, if I decided to become more strict with some of the NPCs, you could be in trouble. In other ways, not with the wraiths, but you could be in trouble.
Yeah.
But you did fantastically, actually.
We were kind of pushing the boundaries of what was allowed a few times. Kind of pushing. Almost too far.
At some points, just very close to the edge. Yeah, but it was nice. It was nice.
One quick question before we go.
Yes, of course.
So should we tell them about Philip or not?
Let's not.
Okay, that's a hard one. No, I say not, because, I don't want to spoil it. No, we don't. You never know.
Okay, agreed.
Philip was an imagination. He was an illusion.
So the main question arises, do we make it a campaign?
There's nothing that I would love more than a campaign.
Let's not talk about this right now.
Thank you very much for this incredible opportunity. It was really, really incredible. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for hosting us.
Thank you too, guys. I'm humbled by that.
All right, gentlemen. Have a good night.
See you.
Okay, guys. Have a good night too.